join us inside, or else you will miss out on the early bird lucky draw. Good evening, dear members. Good evening, dear members. On behalf of the ExCom of DCICAI, I extend a warm welcome to you all to the Annual Conference 2025 Startup Search. First of all, a heartfelt thank you for your overwhelming interest for this event. With such an incredible turnout that we had to close registration upon receiving full capacity, which includes our esteemed guests and sponsors. I'm sure that by now you all should have your badges, which includes the agenda and session timing. We kindly request for your cooperation in following the schedule closely to ensure everything runs smoothly and allows us all to enjoy a well-organized, productive evening and a full day tomorrow, and plan rest of the evening for today and tomorrow. Members, security is our utmost priority, and for this, I request the security chief of the hotel to please come on the stage and brief the members, please.
Good evening, our valued guests. Welcome to Hilton Doha. My name's Moses Ojoro. I'm from the security department in the hotel. I'm here to give you a short brief about the security of the hotel. For your information, today we don't have any drills, any fire drills or evacuation. Just in case you hear of any fire alarm, don't panic. The security will investigate and get back to you. If you hear of a second fire alarm activated, don't panic. We have our exit routes. You can see on the sides of the hall, we have the exit routes, and our fire marshals will be ready to direct you to the exit points, to the to the exit points at the meeting point outside. And for any emergency cases, you can dial 0 or 5,000. The operator will be ready to answer your call and assist you. And for your information, on your way out, the men's toilet is on the left, and the ladies' toilet is on the right. And the smoking area is outside, out of Nashira 1, just outside if you need just a smoke or anything. And in case you need any assistance, our team will be around to assist you. Any of the Hilton team member will be ready to assist you just in case you need any help. Thank you.
Now we'll move ahead with the lucky draw, early bird lucky draw. Can we have the ball, please? I hope everyone is ready with their coupon. Let's see who is the lucky one today. And if someone has registered with the early bird registration, they will get a full refund today. And the winner is 4743, coupon number 4743. May I request Chapter Chair to please. So that was worth 400 Riyal Lulu voucher. As the day progresses, we will have more of such coupons or the gift vouchers. We move on with our first session of the day. It is a great honor to introduce our first speaker of the day, a true leader in his field. Many a times we see that we get an email from postmaster saying files attached to a message triggered a policy and contact your administrator, right? This, as we know, is one of the ways to mitigate risk associated with sensitive information to ensuring business continuity and preventing financial loss. There are several other measures like pen drive being blocked and a firewall blocking several websites. These are just the tip of an iceberg. To give more insights into such measures, which are important for a startup as well as well-established organizations, we have our speaker today, Omar Baisal. Can we have the AV played for him?
Omar Baisal is the senior manager at Forvis Mazars, leading the cybersecurity practice, including data protection and data privacy. With extensive experience in IT and information security audit within the banking sector, he is proficient in using TeamMate for audit documentation. Mr. Omar excels in leading IT and information security audit teams, developing audit plans, and enhancing security postures for international banks. His expertise includes vulnerability assessments, penetration testing, and disaster recovery management. As an ethical hacker, he has identified critical vulnerabilities in web and mobile applications and IT infrastructures, helping organizations bolster their cyber resilience. He holds dual MSc degrees from the University of Wisconsin-Madison and Istanbul Technical University, and is an accredited trainer for CISM and DCICAI certification courses. Mr. Omer has also presented academic research on data protection at international conferences.
Thank you for that extensive profile briefing. Ladies and gentlemen, let's warmly welcome Omer Baisal with big round of applause.
Hello, welcome to this session, distinguished members of Doha chapter. As introduced, actually, here people are mainly coming from accounting background, finance background. We thought it might be a good idea to also cover, cybersecurity, data privacy, and the digital risk part of it. So today, basically, we will discuss cybersecurity and data privacy. As known, one of the main theme of this conference is about the startups. So also, we will try to look at from the startup perspective. So what is the agenda for today's session is first we will start with trends in cybersecurity. We will go through some recent cyber attacks to understand the importance and impact. Then we will move to the other side of the coin, which is data privacy. We will discuss a bit about data privacy. And of course, we need to make a relation between the startups and security. So we will go through that kind of agenda as well. And at the end, as just mentioned, what we can do to enhance cybersecurity resilience in our organizations as well as the startup environment. So just a brief about me. Thanks for this introductory video as well. So I wish to have a chartered accountant degree, but my career path is a bit different in the technology, cybersecurity side. Of course, having the professional certifications are very important. So here, I have CISA, CISM, CRISC, so on and so forth, and representing the firm Forvis Mazars and leading the technology and digital consulting part in Forvis Mazars, Qatar. So the question is, why cybersecurity? What is happening? What is the important things? So here we just summarize this in 3 parts. The changing the regulatory environment. So here, since the context is Qatar, we need to consider the Qatar regulations. So we have specific organization for cybersecurity called National Cybersecurity Agency, as well as data privacy is very trending. We have Qatar Personal Data Privacy Protections Regulations. So it is coming with a lot of regulatory environment here. And the second part is changing IT environment. So if we are startups and working on new business models, generally we go with the latest trends. So what are the latest trends? We generally try to cover the cloud, mobile app, APIs, so on and so forth. And the third one is changing threat environment. So here, to gain access to data. And also, when we just mentioned the changing tech environment, I'm sure everybody is heavily using ChatGPT, AI. So in cybersecurity world, also we have warm GPT. Yeah, the technology can be used in a very good way, but also can be misused here in this case, in which at the warm GPT, you just ask AI to create some malware viruses, and it is creating for you. And the second one is encryption is very important. So we need to ensure the confidentiality of data, but we have quantum computing. And with quantum computing, it is very easily break the encryptions. IoT also. If you are using any smart, home devices, appliances, they are all connected to the internet. If it is connected to the internet, these are all potential entry points for cyber criminals. So here, I just wanted to introduce a term called APT. So this is Advanced Persistent Threats. These are the attackers' tactics in 5 stages to enhance access to private data. First, these guys are very smart, gain an access into environment, establish a foothold, and they deepen the access. and they are very slow. And in the past, when we look at the cyber attacks, it was very quick. 1 day, 2 days, in a couple of hours, everything is done. But they are in the network and they are moving laterally, looking, learning, remaining silent, not to be, catched. So this is the main trend, actually, advanced persistent threats. Cyber attackers are coming with these threats more. To just give you an idea, here we put just a presentation, just a video.
You don't know these people, but they've spent the last 10 months getting to know everything about you, your colleagues, and your company. They've been quietly scanning and mapping your networks, collecting credentials, and identifying the critical data they want to exploit, all without being noticed. Until today.
Three.
Dalawa.
Ati. Boom.
Hey, you about ready to get out of here?
No, another exciting night of event triage and analysis.
Sounds thrilling. Try not to have too much fun.
Yeah.
Hey, have a good weekend.
You too. Hey, Meg. Before you go, did you see this email from the cyber threat intel provider?
Wait, what?
Wait, let me check some SIM logs.
Is this accurate?
Who disabled the log feed from the server? All the IDSs are down too.
Yeah, you need to get Reynolds on the phone. Now!
I promise, I'm leaving now. I'm sorry, I got tied up. I know the reservations are at 8. Don't worry, I'll be there. Honey, I'm gonna have to call you back. What's wrong?
Bruce, this looks like a major compromise. The cyber threat intel provider found a sample of our data for sale on the dark web. As I was going to confirm the sample, I found that the IDSs and the logs are down.
Yeah, it gets worse. Our public-facing websites are going offline. Employee data, client data, email servers, account numbers. It's all up for sale to the highest bidder if we don't pay now. What do you want us to do? Bruce, what do you want us to do?
Go to severity level 1. Recall the team. I want forensics all over this. I'll notify leadership and meet you in the SOC. Got a long night ahead of us.
Yes. So in the video, as you see, everything was normal. Maybe it was a regular Thursday. The Security Operations Center manager was going to home to enjoy the weekend, but the things end up within this situation. So in order not to be in this situation, so the main agenda for today is what to do, how to prepare ourselves for this possible cyber attacks. So in order to mitigate the risk, we need to understand also the key threat actors. So who are these guys? What are they trying to do? Here there are different categories. The first one is like cyber terrorists. So these are extremist groups using some techniques to force a political change or cause a fear. The second group is state-sponsored actors. So these are highly sophisticated groups. Yani the wars are not happening anymore physically between two countries. Also, their cyber teams are trying to, help and win the other part. And regarding the cyber criminals, the third part is the main part. So these are done for financial purposes. And as the countries here in the GCC, they are thinking it is more valuable in terms of spending some time for cyber attacks. And as well as we have some hacktivists, the main idea is to bring awareness for certain things. So how about the other ones? There are also some thrill seekers. So these are for more fun purposes. And the last one is the insider threats. And this is generally underestimated here in the Qatar. What we observe is there might be some individuals working in your organization, working in your startups, where they might have some, like bad intentions, intentionally or intentionally can disclose the confidential information. So the question is, how about the recent cyber attacks? What we need to do about it? So we can start here with Ukrainian power grid attack. This was 2015, where there was a kind of war between Russia and Ukraine. And as you see, it can really affect the critical infrastructure. So what happened here is there's a SCADA system which is responsible for distributing the electricity over the country. So Ukraine ended up with lack of electricity for millions of people because of this cyber attack. The second one is coming from one of the major hotels in the world. Back in 2018, there was a massive data breach. So 500 million guest PII data. Imagine you registered for a hotel, you provide your name, surname, email ID, all leaked, and there was a huge fine coming from UK Data Privacy Authority. And the last one globally wanted to mention is, as you see, there's ICBC, a huge, big conglomerate in banking sectors. Even if they heavily invest in cybersecurity, they end up with a ransomware attack in which basically attackers encrypt all of your value data, and you end up with business continuity issues. Then the question is, how about the Qatar context? As I said, this is awareness, and awareness started because of an event happened back in 2012. It was RASCAS. Basically, it started with Saudi Aramco, then almost 2 weeks later, it happened in the RASCAS. And after this, we observed the rise of awareness and cybersecurity initiatives here in Qatar as well. And also Qatar News Agency 2017, so that was the blockade time, and there was a cyber attack to a website of Qatar News Agency publishing fake offensive stories. But thanks to these incidents happening, there is a good awareness level in the country. For example, Al Jazeera also getting a lot of DDoS attacks, meaning a huge volume of cyber attacks coming all around the world. But for example, in 2021, they successfully managed this cyber crisis. So let's try to understand the impact here. So what is the impact of a cyber attack? So there might be reputational damage, operational damage, financial loss, and regulatory consequences. And believe me, the cost is more than expected. So this is a study for a municipality in Canada. Basically, what happens is it was a ransomware attack in which the attacker encrypts all of the data of a municipality. And they just did a calculation about the cost. And generally, cyber attacks happens, the payment is through cryptocurrencies because they don't want to be monitored. So they are asking the amounts in Bitcoins, and that was the ransom payment. But when you calculate the computer assistant, vendor support, internal staff overtime, and productivity loss, you almost end up with 7 times larger than the ransom payment amount. So we need to be careful in terms of managing that kind of things. Then also, when we look at the data breach numbers, so this is coming from Verizon Data Breach Investigation Report 2023. So the first one is, 70%. It's also kind of shame. Yeah? The cyber attack is discovered by an outsider, so even not from the organization itself. The 30% is involving multiple parties, and 50%, this number is important, which means 50% of the cyber incidents happening because of an insider. So insider can be, unintentionally clicking a malicious email or an intentional individual. And also this red one, 70%, is due to the weak and stolen credentials. We need to be very careful in terms of credential, username, and password. And the last one is the 40%. It is showing yearly attack increase in corporate networks. Each year, we observe 40% more attack on corporate networks. Then the question is, what is the other side, which is data privacy? We will just briefly discuss. As you know, we are using online banking, online shopping, social networking. Each day, each time, each minute, we are creating more and more data. And this data is going exponentially growing. And when we look at this, these are the personal data. In order to come here, for example, you enter Hilton Doha to the Waze, right? And now Waze knows where you are. So that kind of location data, spending data, Talabat, for example, knows your eating habits, so on and so forth. So since they are collecting more and more data, then there is a need for making the data remaining private. And there is a need for cybersecurity defense here. So what if not? What if we are not careful about the data privacy measures? We can end up with, I'm sure you are receiving a lot of scam calls saying that we are calling you from this bank and you are receiving a lot of scam emails. And these guys are, believe me, knowing our names, email ID, phone numbers, even QID numbers, so on and so forth. So these are showing that there are certain leakages in the data collector side. So data privacy management system is to overcome this kind of challenges and determining the administrative, technical, and financial measures and creating a governance model with policies, procedures, templates, and understanding what kind of personal data we are processing to make sure that it remains as private. And here the term is important, privacy by design. When we design a new process, a new business process, a new business opportunity, it is important to also consider the privacy and cybersecurity dimension. So there's a survey result asking the chief executives about the data privacy. Generally, what we observe is data inventory classification. So it is very important to make a proper classification. So what is your personal data? What is your commercial data? What is your highly sensitive data? So on and so forth. And these are the main concerns. So the question is, since the topic for this conference is about the cybersecurity startup ecosystem, it is very important to understand the cybersecurity dimensions as well. And I agree, when we say startup, the first thing which comes to our mind is more about new business idea, financial side, good operating model. But of course, what is our recommendation? The recommendation is, please to start to think about the cybersecurity from day one. So otherwise, a cyber incident can be catastrophic for your promising startup. So here, the numbers are coming from Business Continuity Institute. So cybersecurity attack might be a disaster. Of course, there are other disasters as well, significantly affecting the organization. And if your organization is impacted by a disaster, based on the data, 43% of business never reopen. Then the third one is, even if they open, they do not exist, 72% of it, they do not exist after 3 years of disaster. So it is very important to be prepared for the disaster and prevent it if possible. So thinking about the cybersecurity from day one is important. And when we look at the cyber startup environment, generally cyber criminals are targeting the weakest chain of the link. And believe us, after a cyber disruption, it is not easy for a startup to recover. So I am within my last 2 minutes. So I just wanted to share this news with you. So it is coming from Qatar Financial Center. So they are monitoring the data privacy. So it is quite recent, October 9th. They issue a company 150,000 USD fine for data privacy related things. Imagine you have a company or startup and you end up with this amount of fine, so your survival will be really affected. And believe me, they are looking for more to control the environment and find if something is going wrong. Here in this case, the company experienced a data breach which included the personal data of its customers. So the question is how to enhance the resilience. Security by design is important. Layer security is important layer in the sense that you put different layers to protect it. Zero trust architecture, the slogan is never trust, always verify. Awareness is the key. Make the weakest chain stronger. End user awareness is very important. Cyber hygiene is another good term. So when we are operating in digital environment, it is very important to ensure the hygiene in terms of cyber. How about the data privacy? Educating your staff, your team is important. And before granting access to anything, we need to ask, do this person really need to know? So need to know principle. Email security, so we are communicating through emails. It is very important to ensure the the data in the emails are not disclosing sensitive information to unauthorized parties. It is important to know where your personal data is, and also be prepared for individual rights. Thanks to Qatar Personal Data Privacy Protection Law, as a customer, as a personal individual, so you have certain rights. For example, you can ask to access your data, you can ask to delete your data, so on and so forth. So it is better to be prepared for individual rights as well. So overall, I just wanted to share, this month is called Cybersecurity Awareness Month, in which we generally talk about the cybersecurity, send the emails and awareness materials to our staff, partners, so on and so forth. So here I just wanted to thank you for your time and happy Cyber Awareness Month.
Just 1 second.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you, Omar, for that wonderful talk on how to protect sensitive information of an organization. I would maybe we'll take one question if someone is having. Can we have one question from someone, please? Is there any questions? Okay, I think there are no questions as of now. Maybe you can catch up with him after the next session. I would now like to invite our past chair, CA Girish Jain, to join our chairperson, CA Kamlesh, and our vice chairperson, CA Kishore, in presenting a memento to our speaker as a token of appreciation and gratitude from the Doha chapter of ICAI.
Yeah, sure. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Okay, yeah, thank you. Thank you. Yes. Sure.
After that incredible session, now we move on to our moment many of us have been eagerly anticipating. It's my absolute privilege to introduce our next speaker, a true visionary and a leader in his field, someone who truly needs no introduction, but will undoubtedly inspire all of us. Startups are not easy, and not all startups flourish the way one would have intended many times. The journey from ideation to innovation is the essence of transforming a simple concept into groundbreaking reality. It starts with a spark of creativity, an idea that addresses a need or solves a problem. But true innovation happens when that idea is nurtured, developed, and turned into something tangible that can be meaningful, that can be of a meaningful impact. This process requires vision, dedication, and a willingness to challenge norms, turning imagination into real-world solutions that not only meets expectations but redefines possibilities. And a man who has done this is our next speaker, PC Mustafa. To have more details on his impressive profile, can we have the introduction AV played?
PC Mustafa, famously known as the Batter King, is the founder and CEO of ID Fresh Food, a brand loved across India and abroad, a revolution in the fresh food market in India. A native of Vanad, this young man is an inspiration to many minds in search of success, whether in the world of startups or life in general, because he believes that nothing's bigger than the power of determination. He is today the owner of a 4,000 crore business empire, featured prominently on the cover of Forbes India. But he wasn't always that. He was once a student who dropped out of school, a son who helped his father in daily labor, an alumnus who made his college proud, and an entrepreneur who paved his way to the top while chasing a dream. Not all brilliant minds have great stories to share, stories of struggle, hard work, passion, and determination that finally lead to success. However, PC Mustafa stands as an inspiring exception, a role model whose journey will inspire the next few generations.
And with that, ladies and gentlemen, let's give a rousing and thunderous round of applause as we welcome the remarkable PC Mustafa onto the stage.
Thank you. Thanks, Arun. Thank you. Good evening. In the name of God, peace be unto you. Thank you for inviting me here. Such a great honor to be here among with all the great leaders and superstars. I am PC Mustafa, CEO of ID. We make world's best food, idlis and dosas and parathas. Let me tell you where I come from. I used to hail from a very remote village, from a beautiful place called Wayanad in Kerala. If you've not been to Wayanad, that's a must-visit place. My village was so remote during my childhood days that we had no electricity in the village. We had no roads in the village. I had to walk miles to my school. Government midday meal scheme was the biggest motivation factor for me to enter the school. 3-time meal was a distant dream during my childhood days, and breakfast was a luxury. I was very poor in my studies. I was a school dropout. I used to work with my dad in a ginger farm, uprooting the ginger, cleaning the soil, loading it in a bag, and loading it on my dad's shoulder, and dad loading it in a truck. My dad was a daily wage worker in the ginger farm. As he was finding it difficult to meet both ends of the family, I ended up doing coolie job at the age of 10 with him, earning 2 rupees a day. As I dropped out of school, I started working in the ginger farm. I didn't want to go back to school. With the motivation of my teachers and parents, I went back to school. I then became a class topper in math subject in the first time examination, Onam examination. That changed my life. A small success in my life helped me to become more confident about my life. And then I became a school topper for all subjects in the next time examination. I then ended up doing my engineering and computer science from NIT Calicut. Got a campus offer from a company called Manhattan Associates in Bangalore. That's when I happened to see a world outside Kerala after my engineering. My first month's salary was 14,000 rupees.
My dad couldn't believe it. He was getting paid around 1,500 rupees in a month. And here, this young boy was getting 14,000 rupees. He thought it was my annual package, not my monthly package. I handed over my first month's salary to my dad. He literally cried seeing that money, because he had never seen that kind of money in his lifetime. It was actually more than his lifetime savings. I then worked with few MNCs in India, Middle East, and Europe. I decided to go back to India. I decided to go back to India with an objective of creating employment for smart kids from the village. When I went back to India, I did my MBA from IIM Bangalore. During my MBA days, I used to discuss various ideas with my cousins. My cousins were running a small-time kirana store in a place called Indiranagar in Bangalore. We used to discuss various ideas. One such idea was about idli dosa batter. There was an idli dosa batter supplier who was supplying idli batter in a plain pouch with a rubber band on the top. You will still see in some part of Matunga in Mumbai, Rajajinagar in Bangalore. This batter had all sorts of quality issues, service issues, and hygiene issues. My cousins tried to fix the issue with the vendor multiple times. It didn't work out. That's when we thought, why don't we try to fix the issue ourselves? But then, we had no experience in making the breakfast. Did you get it right? Yeah. All what we had was 50,000 rupees. With our money, we bought one grinder, one mixer, one sealing machine, one weighing scale, and a second-hand TVS scooty. Our job was to go to market every day, buy rice and dal, come back, clean it, wash, soak, grind, mix it, ferment it, pack it. Next day morning, load it on this second-hand TVS scooty, go to the market ourselves and sell it ourselves. It was a back-breaking job. Our shirt would be soaked in sweat. It was good learning for us. It was not an easy journey. It took us 1 year to get the product right. And then took us another 9 months to sell 100 packets. But we didn't give up. This is how businesses are built. We continue the journey. Today, we are a 4,000 crore brand spread across 10 countries, 75 cities, in around 60,000 outlets. We are a team of 2,500 youngsters from different parts of the world. And most importantly, we feed world's best food to more than 2 million Indians every day. It's not by chance. It's by choice. We had a dream during my childhood days to eat breakfast. And today, we feed 2 million breakfasts. And that's by choice. How did we do this? How did we build a brand for a commodity business? How did we create such a business empire? In the next 25 minutes, I'm going to take you this journey. I'm going to share a few stories with you. And these are real-life stories. And I hope these stories will help you to become better leaders and better human beings. ID business is built with innovation. For any business, innovation is important. Innovation is the best way to build a strong brand and to stay out of competition. We focused on innovation from day one. Again, let's look at how did we look at the innovation. The most important ingredient for innovation is common sense. Common sense is the most uncommon word in the world these days. People end up complicating everything. People believe that Excel sheet is the way to innovate. Not really. When you look around, identify customer problems and solve it using common sense. That's how businesses are built. That's what we focused on. At ID, we focused on 6 aspects of innovation. First one is the business model itself. Then the manufacturing innovation, product, packaging, IT, he was talking about security and all, IT, and most importantly, marketing. In the interest of time, I'm going to talk about 2 subjects in detail, which are the product innovation and marketing innovation in my talk today. But let me quickly touch up on the other subjects as well. The business model innovation. At ID, Zero is an achievement. Everything is built on zero. We are a zero chemical brand. Nothing else added in the food. Everything is built the same way our grandmothers used to make at home. No chemicals, no preservatives, nothing artificial in it. In fact, we are fighting a war against chemicals and preservatives in the food and against food adulteration. Now, zero is an achievement when you achieve many aspects of zero, meaning we are a zero inventory model. We don't stock up things. Every business, every product is built with zero inventory model. We are zero debt business. This business is built with 50,000 rupees and without touching bank interest. Even today, we are a zero debt, zero liability company. We don't pay interest, we don't take interest. Next, zero, as I mentioned earlier, right? Zero inventory model really works out. Business model to sell fresh. And we build a business out of it. Manufacturing. Again, for many companies, in fact, we all think technology is all about IT. Not really. For a manufacturing company, technology is also about manufacturing process. So in the case of ID batter, you would see the traditional wet grinders available in stores or at homes, right? So if you have to get the right idli or dosa, you need to have the right batter. To get the right batter, you need to follow the traditional wet grinding, stone grinding technology, which our grandmothers used to make at home, right? Which is the stone grinding, wet grinding technology. Now, the traditional wet grinders available in India grinds 2 kg of dal per hour. Today, we grind close to around 70,000 kg of rice and dal per day. You can imagine the number of grinders required, number of people required, all the quality issues that comes along with it. That's when we thought we should do some innovation in terms of product manufacturing. Now, we were not experts in manufacturing technology. As we know, most of the food processing machineries are innovated in Germany. Unfortunately, Germans don't eat idli dosa. So I had nothing to copy from. But we still ended up going to Germany, identified a mustard paste making machine, brought it to India, customized it to make batter. Today, the same size grinder grinds 5,000 kg of batter per hour, not 2 kg of dal per hour. Those kind of innovations really helped us to build a strong base, scale up the business, and bring quality consistency. I'm not going to talk about the packaging IT quickly before I go to product and marketing. How many of you seen my vada batter packaging? Okay, I'll talk about that the product itself then. IT, let me tell you about IT. ID runs on IT. I was an IT engineer, software engineer. I transitioned from IT to ID, but then ID runs on IT, and that's a fact. I'll tell you why. When we started ID, we were sending 100 packets to the market. 90 used to come back unsold. 3 years, we started sending 2,000 kg of batter to the market. 500 used to come back unsold. That's when we identified that this business is not really profitable and scalable with this kind of a wastage. We then started capturing store-wise, item-wise, sales and wastage data on a daily basis. We now use this data to predict the demand, to forecast, right? You call AI, ML, right? Demand forecasting, whatever you want to call, right? We now use this data. Today, in a matured city, matured product, we run at less than 1% wastage. That's our technology. Technology really helps you to scale the business. So innovation and technology also helps. Now, let me now take you to the packaging part of it. I was talking about vada and packaging and product together. I'll quickly tell you about. We started with idli dosa batter. What goes next with idli dosa batter? Nothing better than vada. Vada goes best with idli. It's a South Indian breakfast. A South Indian breakfast is incomplete without idli, dosa, chutney, sambar, and vada. Vada is a great snack. But then it's one of the most difficult snacks to make at home. Unless you're an expert like your grandmother. Let me tell you about the issues with vada. Even if I give you vada batter, you still can't make vada at home. Because vada batter is as sticky as super glue. It's a very difficult process to handle. You can't get the shape right for the vada. You can't get the size right for the vada. And most important aspect for the vada is the hole. We Indians don't eat a vada without a hole. A vada without a hole is called bonda. We identified this as a customer problem. We looked around, identified an opportunity. And then we started developing a packaging solution to make vada at home untouched by hand. Today, a homemaker can make vada at home untouched by hand in a matter of few seconds. Let me show you how it works.
This is no ordinary snack, a South Indian speciality. It's a favorite in homes across India, but its circular cylindrical shape and donut-like hole make it fairly difficult to prepare at homes. It needs the expert hands of grandmas and aunts or even restaurant cooks. Not anymore. ID decided to turn its attention on this age-old problem and transform the complex art of vada making into a science for everyone. And the key ingredient? Common sense. A path-breaking little big invention. The spout that shapes batter into vadas with the hole. And that's it. Squeeze, shape, cut, fry. Handmade, but with no mess, no stress. Just delicious, crispy vadas. ID, maker of India's favorite batters and fresh food, presents Vada Batter in a pack that shapes batter into vadas. Now, everybody can vada.
Thank you. It took just, 3 seconds for you to clap, right? It took me 3 years to build a hole for the vada. Took me 3 years, thousands of failures. But we didn't give up. When I get the shape right, I don't get the size right. When I get the size right, I don't get the hole right. Right? We didn't give up. This is how innovation is built. You need to look around, identify customer problems, and then try out different things, and finally come with a solution. And that's how ID Vada Batter packaging was born. Now, this video went viral across the world. I'm now getting inquiry from different parts of the world to make the same thing for donuts. This has become a case study at Harvard Business School. I was invited to speak at UN. I was invited to speak at Harvard Business School, Columbia, and United Nations to share the Vada story. That's the power of innovation. And that is born when we have common sense. When we have common sense, we will look around, identify problems. And if we have common sense, we will solve it for customers. This was our phase 1. But what next? Right? Innovation cannot be a one-step approach, right? You need to continuously upgrade yourself because competition will catch up. The best way to stay ahead of competition is to innovate and upgrade yourself. So recently, like a few months back, we came up with version 2 of the Vada. Let me show you how it works.
When you thought only grandmothers can make the perfect vadas, ID said everybody can vada. But now that everybody's making vadas, ID says let your vada be your Veda. Introducing the new customizable ID Vada Batter Pack. Open the pack and add spices of your choice. Just mix and squeeze. The newly engineered spout design gives you, ta-da, the perfectly round vada. And when our batter is done, refill it with yours. Just when you thought you'd seen one of the greatest innovations, things got better. Enjoy your vadas, your Veda.
I repeat, took another 2 years to make it happen, right? But then this is how you build a strong brand and stay out of competition. How many of you can make perfect dosa? How many of you can make perfect? I can't. Okay, very few. I'm helping you. I'm coming with another solution for you. Just watch what will be coming up very soon. I'll play it one more time. We call it ABCD. Anybody can dosa. Okay, so these are the few cases of product innovations I was telling you about, right? Some of them were done with packaging as well. When I was mentioning about innovation slide, I meant packaging and product together. Some of these innovations, like vada packaging, product itself was an innovation, and packaging helped us to stay out of competition. Let me also tell you about marketing. I see most of us are Indians here, so I can probably take India as an example here, right? We Indians don't trust a packaged food. Anything in a packaged form is considered as unhealthy by Indians, especially when you're in India. When you're here, you're okay to buy a packaged food. But in India, you always think twice before buying a packaged food. A brand is all about trust. Biggest challenge for any brand, for any business, is to earn customers' trust. Right? For a fresh food brand, that is the most difficult challenge, which is to earn customers' trust. We tried many experiments to earn customers' trust. Nothing worked. Let me ask you, what is the best way for someone to trust you? What is the best way for your customers to trust you? Answers? Try your products. After sales service, quality of the product, consistency. We had all of them, by the way. No health issues. All our products are 100% natural, sir. Good marketing. Talk more about it. What do you mean by good marketing? Okay, somebody has to endorse it, right? Okay. We tried all of them. Nothing worked. I attend many such programs. People love my story. People love ID story. But when I come to the podium, one grandmother will definitely come and ask me, "Bacha, what do you add in that to get the soft idli?" Even after speaking everything about my 100% natural products, this is what they ask me. We Indians don't trust a packaged food. The biggest challenge was to earn customers' trust. We tried many things, nothing worked. Finally, we learned the best way for someone to trust you is to trust them. The best way for someone to trust you is to trust them. With that idea, we came up with a beautiful concept called Trust Shop. During COVID time, in a span of 1 month, in Mumbai, we set up 600 shops in 1 month during COVID time. And these shops were unmanned shops. There was no technology, there was no camera, it was not a vending machine, there was no salesperson, there was no security personnel, there was no one watching except the Almighty God. The shop was based on trust. Customers were expected to come down, pick their favorite product, drop the money in the money box kept next to it, go home and have a healthy breakfast. Customers were surprised with this campaign. It got us a great brand mileage. it helps us to build a strong brand. Let me show you how the campaign worked.
You know, history has taught us that trust can always keep people together. See, as my community's welfare manager, I collect everyone's orders, get daily needs delivered, follow up on payments. It's a lot of maths. But I was a history teacher. One day, ID came to deliver their delicious products. And we said, yes, of course. But orders, payments, they said, Uncle, we want your community to enjoy our food first. We know they will pay later. We trust them. No one is checking the payments? Lost making business, I thought. No, because there is nothing more profitable than selling goodness. Many years from now, they will teach that in the history class. Trust me.
ID, Trust Shop Deliveries. Delivering goodness with trust.
Such a low-cost marketing campaign we did. This went viral again across the world. And most importantly, our business during that time, the last 3 years, in that market, almost a 10x growth, 10 times business growth in that market. That's a proven case of trust in the customers. What I learned is be the change you wish to see in this world. I repeat, be the change you wish to see in this world. If you want someone to trust you, trust them so that they'll trust you back. Let me summarize my messages for you today. Our background doesn't matter. I had no idea about food technology. We were not experienced in making breakfast. Forget about making breakfast. We have not even experienced eating breakfast. The dream I had was to eat a breakfast during my childhood days. And the same team today serves breakfast to more than 2 million Indians. And that is the power of determination. Our background doesn't matter. Second, the best way to build a strong brand and to stay out of competition is the innovation. Common sense is the most important ingredient for the innovation. Look around, identify customer problems, and solve it using common sense. And that's how you build a strong brand. And the last one, trust your customers. Be the change you wish to see in this world. Trust them so that they trust you back. Thank you again for this wonderful opportunity. I'll be happy to take a few questions. Thank you. I'll be happy to take a few questions. You okay on time?
Yeah, so before that, I have something special. Before the questions, I want to actually, I have gathered some questions that most of us are searching for.
Okay.
And if we can get an insight from your life,
okay,
which definitely will inspire all of us. So, I have some rapid-fire questions. If you can answer those in one word or one sentence, that
Sure.
would be really helpful.
Done.
So here we go. What is the greatest lesson you have learned in life?
Greatest lesson I learned in life, don't wait for tomorrow. Tomorrow never comes.
That is very true.
If you're passionate about doing something, do it today. Don't wait for tomorrow.
Do it now. How do you define success?
Can I take a spiritual route?
Yes, definitely.
In Quran, I read, I'll speak it in Arabic, then I'll translate for you in English. It says, Kad aflaha man dakkaha, wa kad haba man dassaha. Means, the one who purifies his inner self will become successful in both the worlds. And the one who corrupts it will become a failure in both the worlds. I think that's the best definition of success that I ever read in my life.
Great, great. Very. What is the one habit that has transformed your life the most?
One
habit
that transformed my life the most. Don't give up.
Yes. Very
Don't
correct.
give up.
Thank you. What's your biggest fear as an entrepreneur?
Biggest fear as an entrepreneur? Not now. Earlier days, the initial days, the biggest fear was to pay salary on time.
We all actually go through that.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah. Can I? Yeah. What did you learn from your failures?
What did I learn from my failures? I learned to be successful from my failures. And as I told you, right, I failed in class 6. Learned that the best way to become, best learning from my failure is that, learn from those mistakes and be successful. I learned to be successful from my failures.
What's the most challenging decision you have ever had to make?
What's the most challenging decision I ever had to make in my life was to quit a well-paid, cushy job in Dubai, right? I was getting paid, I think, some Indian rupees. I'm talking about during those days around 3 lakh rupees, and venture into a idli business, making 10,000 rupees in a month, and meeting both ends of the family. It was the toughest decision in my life.
And moving from the comfort of life as well.
Yeah.
If you had 1 extra hour in a day, how would you spend it?
If I have 1 extra hour in a day, I think I'll play chess.
Will that 1 hour be enough for that question? What's the one mistake you see most entrepreneurs make?
One mistake that I see most entrepreneurs make?
Yeah.
Okay. Not being focused. I'll tell you what I meant by focused is. Do you watch the Animal Planet or Discovery Channel?
To. Yes.
Right?
Earlier.
You would have watched, right? Animal Planet. When you watch Animal Planet, you will see a cheetah chasing a zebra. Right?
Yeah.
How does it work? A cheetah eyes a zebra. It chases that zebra. After some time, zebra is sort of tired. Cheetah is not. But other zebras in the herd knows that this zebra is about to be caught. So, while zebra is running this way, cheetah is running behind zebra. Cheetah has few other zebras nearby, close by, right? And that's a tactic by zebra to save the other zebra. But then cheetah knows it's a trap. He will ensure that the first zebra that he hired is chased to death.
Because that is the trap.
That is the focus. That is the focus in business as well. We make that mistake. Stay focused. If you have to be successful, stay focused.
Very true. Few years back, we used to see, Animal Planets, but now I see Cartoon Network mostly.
Yeah. Next.
What's the best part about your job?
Best part about my job? I love what I do. Literally love what I do. If I don't enjoy going to office a day, I will not go. I love what I do. Thereby, no stress. If you start enjoying what you do, there won't be any stress at work. I enjoy what I do.
Very true. Whatever is your passion, you have to follow.
Yeah. I was here, for the last 2 days. Went for a market visit. When I see an ID packet in a customer's shopping basket in a supermarket, it gives me joy, right? And that joy keeps me moving.
So we will go on to the next question. Who was the first person who believed in your business idea?
Who was the first person who believed in my business idea? I think my cousins. My cousins were running a small-time kirana store. we started this together. I didn't have courage to quit a well-paid job, but they had. They were more passionate about the business than me.
Yeah, the cousins who were in Bangalore, right?
Yes.
Yeah. I remember the story which you told.
Yes.
What's one skill you are still working on improving?
What is one skill that I am still working on improving? I think communication skills. I'm still nervous.
But we haven't felt like that.
I'm still nervous, but I practiced hide it from all of you today.
Who inspires you the most and why?
Who inspires me the most and why? My dad and my mom. Because my parents skipped one meal every day to educate me. My parents my dad worked in a ginger farm for 14 hours every day to educate me. My mom went to the forest, collect the wood, and sell it in the market to educate me. If my parents can take me to where I am today, all of us can do wonders in the world. That way they are my role models.
Great. Thank you, thank you. I am done with my questions. Maybe we can take few questions from the audience here.
Sure. Yes.
We'll bring you the mic, please.
Freshness of the food. As you said, 1%, less than 1% wastage. How do you manage that?
So, a few things. One, I'm talking about perishable fresh food, not long life food. Long life food we run with 0% wastage. Okay. For example, Qatar market, we have our frozen parathas and frozen fruit blends. Those products we run at 0% wastage, right? But I'm talking about a 3-day or a 7-day shelf life products. Our batter and chapati, those kind of products come with 3 to 7-day shelf life product. Those products we manage with less than 1% wastage in a mature product. That's what I meant. Now, how do we do that? Is do the right selling, right? Data-driven decision making. So, system knows today how many packets has to be loaded in a particular truck, and that's how the whole inventory is managed. And then how many packs has to be kept in store. The whole thing is driven by the system. That helps in the right selling, thereby controlling the wastage. And that's my USP today. Yes.
We'll bring the mic to you.
Personally, I love your coffee, the filter coffee concoction that comes in the packets.
Okay.
So that's it's great to meet you.
Coming soon to Qatar market.
Whenever I travel back from India, I bring it with me.
All right.
I do have it at home.
I will bring it. Don't worry for you.
So you've done great to achieve where you are, but we all start from very humble beginnings, and somewhere inside all of us is an entrepreneur, and we want to start, but the comfort zone and a lot of risks comes in our mind before we start. Now, without going into too many details, one of the risks that comes in my mind is how will I manage and grow? So delegation of work and authority and the responsibility is very key. How much importance do you give to delegation, and how do you plan the expansion?
So, when you asked me about one thing that I want to correct, I was thinking twice. Should I talk about delegation or should I talk about the other one, right? Delegation is a challenge. The way I travel a journey is for a period of time. It was not easy for me to, get it right for the first time. But then I decided to, when we decided to hire the team, I worked with them. In fact, I told them that about my weaknesses as well, that there is a chance that I might end up, giving, not delegating to you. Help work with me. I have the right mindset here, but the way of working might be difficult. So I worked with them over a period of time. In the case of India, let's say, let me tell you about the latest thing I did, right? I hired a CEO for India operation, Rajat. Rajat joined us from Marico. He was a MD for Bangladesh, Marico. He joined us as the CEO for India operations. He joined us in December last year. For the first 3 months, I said, you just be with me. Don't take a decision. And I will take all the decisions for the next 3 months. And then he will understand how I take those decisions over that 3 months. Of course, he comes from very rich background, experience. But then the way of working at ID, way of working with me is a bit different, right? And difficult as well. So I worked with him for this 3 months of transition period. During those time, he didn't take any decision. After 3 months, I said, next 3 months, you take a decision, but I'll watch. Okay? And when he's getting all of them right, he'll build confidence in me. I'll start trusting him. And that kind of model I implemented. In the last 3-4 months, I don't handle anything in India today. Rajat handles the whole thing. And that's how the delegation works for me. Maybe I think it's not easy. You will have to get the right person, of course, right mindset to delegate, and then do this transition. Again, this is a tactic that I used. You may be able to find something better. That's the problem. In fact, happened to be with me as well, right? By the time I explain to somebody, they do it, I thought I can do it myself. That happens with all of us. But then, you can't go it beyond a point, right? If you have to grow beyond a point, you got to build the right team and delegate. Today, I have one of the best leadership team in the world working with me now. And interestingly, all of them are shareholders in the company. I made them shareholders.
Do we have, yeah, please. Can we have the mic this side? There it is. It's coming.
Normally, this industry supply chain is very important.
Yes.
Okay, and the quality of supply chain has to be maintained, otherwise you will not be able to achieve or deliver the products as expected. So how do you manage it, and what are the types of steps you are taking it on that to provide?
I think if you had asked me one line definition about ID, I'll tell you, ID is one of the best supply chain company in the world for fresh food. We are not the batter experts, but we are supply chain experts. And that is done with the help of technology. Every store is geotagged. Every store is geofenced. We use something called route optimization algorithms to traverse the route, right? To ensure that the routes are properly clustered. And as I mentioned earlier, throughout the supply chain, we use technology to ensure that the right quantity is loaded in a truck, and right route is traversed, and right quantity supplied.
One more question on that. How do you ensure your raw materials, whatever you are purchasing, that you are taking care?
Raw material, again, we work with reputed vendors, right? We have been working with them for the last 15 years. Of course, trust plays an important role. But then we have scientific process in place. Of course, we work with those vendors for their process improvement, all of them. But then at our system, we check those scientific parameters. For example, when we make batter, rice plays an important role. For rice, the maturity level of rice is important. The moisture level is important, right? So those parameters we test in our premises before we receive those goods. So that's how the whole thing is designed. Did I? Yeah.
Okay.
Out there.
Go ahead, please.
Yeah, please go ahead. I can. Thank you.
Thank you. I've got the mic.
Sure.
Thank you. I'm really keen to understand your fundraising journey, especially at the beginning, the first tranches, how you convinced the investors where you didn't have a real product that they are seeing, or you had it in its small infancy form. Because I think that is the biggest nightmare of any entrepreneur because, as you said, you've started with very humble beginnings as well. How did that work? How mature is India's market? Who did you go to? Was it organized fundraising? Like, how did that, how did you convert the fundraising?
Okay. Are you an entrepreneur by any chance?
Maybe in the future.
Okay.
Thank you.
Please watch. There's a TED Talk on the subject. Kamlesh sir, I can probably share that with you later. You can share in the group. All of us think that the fundraising is the biggest achievement in a business, right? Startup. Not really. I don't believe in it. And not just me. The statistics says fund is not the critical factor. It is not even the idea. It's the timing of the idea. If you get the timing of the idea right, other things fall in place. In the case of ID, I started idli business, not a pizza business. If I had started a pizza business after my MBA from IIM Bangalore, many venture capitalists would have come and funded me. But then I had started idli business, not a fancy business. So there was nobody to support, nobody to fund this business. And as I mentioned, I didn't come from a rich family background, and I didn't want to take bank loan. So the only way for us to run this business was to make profit. We started on two aspects from day one. All of you are chartered accountants, and you'll understand what I'm talking about. Two aspects we focused from day one: profitability and cash flow. Positive cash flow, EBITDA positive. These two we focused from day one. First month, I made 142 rupees profit and continued making profit every day. So next, cash flow. We said no credit. We don't sell on credit during those days. Because if I start selling on credit, I will not have cash to pay salary to my employees. So we said, not everyone is my customer. We will focus on positive cash flow, positive profitable businesses. And that's how we started from day one. And first 8 years, we ran with this philosophy, which is no external funding, no bank loan. Whatever profits we generate, we plow back for the growth. And we took the business to some level. The business model was proven in Bangalore, which is in 2014. Until 2014, we were a Bangalore-based batter company. One product, one city. Focused, state-focused. We didn't expand. And we got the model right. When the model was right, investors came to me. In fact, what I've learned is you should never go to investor. You should never go to money. Investors should come to you. And that's what happened. When your business is proven, they will come to you. My piece of advice there would be, get the basics right for the business before you go to investors.
One question from my side.
Yes.
First of all, let me admit, you have set the right tone for the theme, igniting innovations, transforming future. Your dosa maker and your vadas is actually the innovations which ignited it, and you are transforming the future. Now let me jump to the question. The question is, when you came up with the idea of trust shops,
yes,
right, where anyone can go in, pay, and pick up the product. My question is, you were already running a company, right? How did you convince your entire management? Because it cannot be easy to make them understand to buy this decision. So you have to force it out, or you were able to convince them that this is the right idea to go to the market with this.
So, all respect to chartered accountants here, sometimes there are decisions we have to take beyond numbers, right? This was one such a decision that I had the guts that let's go implement it. When I met with apartment association, in India, apartment associations are actually managed by retired army professionals, right? Senior folks. When I went and pitched the idea to them, I personally went and pitched the idea to them. They laughed at me. And this is what they told me. Bacha, this is India. This is what they told me, right? But then I said, so what? I want to trust it. The worst case situation would be customers will end up taking the product, not paying for it. I will consider it as a marketing cost to me. And then let me tell you the story behind it, right? We had the money box. When in one store in Chennai, we started getting monopoly currency. You know what's a monopoly currency, right? The game, monopoly game, they started dropping monopoly currency. I still have it with me, by the way. Not with me now, back in India. This store, this particular shop was always giving me monopoly currency. Every time my salesman was there, refill the product, but when we tried to collect the money, open the money box, collect the money, there's only monopoly currency in the store. We didn't give up. We continued to experiment, right? And the same set of customers who were cheating me, one day dropped a 500 rupees. It made my day. That person would have felt guilty for feeding wrong product to their family. And he ended up paying for it. That's how you make change in life.
Thank you. Thank you. So we will take all the other questions offline. Please do catch all. We'll take this offline. So you can actually catch up PC.
Mr. Mustafa, good evening. What an inspiring journey.
Should I?
Kudos
Yes, sir.
to you.
Thank you.
One more big round of applause to him.
Thank you.
I have two questions. Have you ever thought in your entire journey so far that it is not your cup of tea, plate of idli?
Sorry, I missed it.
It is not your cup of tea. I mean,
Have I ever felt that this is not?
Yes, have you ever felt?
So, went through very tough times, right? Almost during the initial days of ID, as I mentioned, right? I was able to with only 10,000 rupees in a month. Living with 10,000 rupees in a month in Bangalore is not easy with family. And most importantly, I was not able to pay salary to employees on time. Salary payment was delayed like 6 months. Those days was very difficult. But during those times, our employees supported us. And that gave me energy to move forward. And of course, we decided to reward them. You know what? How we rewarded them? We made them shareholders in the organization, all of them.
That's great.
Right? And today we have around 100 crores in ID. Crores is what? 10 million rupees. That's their worth, right? All of them, and most of them were salesmen, drivers, helpers, and we made them shareholders, and today they are all worth crores.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you
One
so
more
much.
question.
We will close here. We will take all the questions offline now. We will take the
Before-
questions offline. Thank you.
Before I end my talk, can you play the last video, please, in the presentation? Can you play the last video in the presentation, please? This is a tribute to all the mothers in the world. My favorite. Last.
History has.
Towards the end of the PPT. Yeah.
Thank you.
Hi, Ma.
बेटा खाना खा लिया?
Mama, meeting is just about to start.
Oh, okay. Good luck, बेटा. खाना खा लेना, okay?
Okay, Ma, talk later. Bye. Sorry, guys. Hi, Ma.
Hi, बेटा. Work done?
Yeah, Ma. I'm going out अभी.
बेटा कुछ खा लेना.
हाँ, खा लूंगी. Okay, bye. Hi, Ma.
Breakfast किया ना आदि?
I'm running very late. I know I won't be coming home this weekend.
Bye.
Hello, Adi.
Hi, Ma. Why are you calling so late?
Did I call?
Ma, I'm very stressed at work. I can't talk right now. Anything urgent? Okay.
He's sure that you can do anything.
Ma? 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 I called you so many times. Why didn't you pick up?
I've been sick, beta.
Ma, you've been sick and you didn't even tell me.
I didn't want to disturb you.
Ma, I'm very stressed at work. I can't talk right now. Anything urgent? माँ आपने खाना खाया
Thank you. Be the change
Thank
you wish to
again.
see in this world, right?
Thank you again for this wonderful opportunity. God bless you all. Jai Hind.
With that, I request CA Kamlesh and CA Kishore, along with CA Rupa, our past chairperson, to please accompany us onto the stage. We would like to, as a token of appreciation and gratitude from Doha Chapter of ICA, we would like to felicitate PC Mustafa.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Sorry?
Goosebumps. Literally, every bit of that session was goosebumps. Now I request our Vice Chairperson, CA Kishore, to please take over the proceedings from here for the next 2 hours.
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. Now, I hope that you all really enjoyed our PC Mustafa's sessions, and we hope that we are waiting for his new version 3.0 Vada. Soon it will launch. And now I can ask all the members, now we are waiting for our dignitaries of the day. So there is a slight delay in that one. We are waiting for our excellency. So meantime, you can enjoy the coffee. The coffee is outside. You can enjoy with cookies and everything. But this time I forgot to put vada. Hope that next year I'll put vada, especially from ID. I hope that our PC Mustafa will sponsor that. Let's enjoy the coffee. Have 5 minutes break. Please enjoy. And meantime, you can visit all the stalls outside and encourage our sponsors. Thank you.
Since its inception in 1992, Focus SoftNet has embarked on an incredible journey, evolving from a regional IT company into a premier multinational solutions provider. With over 30 years of experience, we deliver cutting-edge ERP, CRM, and HCM solutions across diverse industries, featuring advanced modules that drive operational efficiency and empower businesses to thrive globally. Embrace the future with Focus SoftNet.
Technology advancements are accelerating. More than ever before, your audit needs to be connected, real-time and powered by the technologies of today and tomorrow. Our smart audit platform, KPMG Clara, is now powered by AI to help bring deeper insights, enhance quality, and new opportunities to your audit. Applying advanced AI algorithms which can assign a weighted risk score to each and every transaction. Learning over time with the oversight of our audit teams. In a changing world, our AI-powered solutions can holistically analyse both financial and non-financial ESG-related data, such as sustainability disclosures.
Dear members, our chief guests are almost here. Can I request everyone to please take your seats? May I request all the members to please take your seats? Our chief guest, Ambassador to the State of Qatar, Shri Bipul, is also here. May I request everyone to please take your seats? Dear members, may I have your attention, please?
As the pace of change accelerates, KPMG professionals aim to be at the forefront in evolving the audit experience. Find out what KPMG can do for you today and tomorrow.
Dear members, may I have your attention, please? Can we please, our chief guest and guest of honors are here. Can we please, can I request you all to please take your seats?
May I request all my fellow members, please come. We are going to start next session. All VIP dignitaries are here. Hello? ഞാനിവിടെ സ്റ്റേജിലാണല്ലോ സ്റ്റേജിലാണ് ഞാൻ പിന്നെ മേടിച്ചു ഇപ്പോൾ എൻ്റെ കയ്യിലില്ല അവിടെ ദിനേശിനോട് പറഞ്ഞോ ഞാൻ പറഞ്ഞാൽ മതി ഓക്കെ
What will tomorrow bring? Our world is full of uncertainties and opportunities.
Arrange it, madam. What's the issue? May I request all chartered accountants come inside. We are starting next section immediately. Please come inside. Come. May I request everyone please come inside. We are going to start next section. May I request everyone please come inside. Hello, hello. I am requesting everyone, please come inside. Good. Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. May I kindly request all dignitaries and esteemed delegates, please take your seats as we prepare to begin next session. It is my honor to invite our chief guest, His Excellency, Sri Vibul, the Ambassador of India to the State of Qatar, to grace the stage. May I request our past chairperson, CA Gopal Subramaniam, along with CA Kamalesh, to escort His Excellency and present with him a flower bouquet as a token of our warm welcome. Thank you, Gopalji. Now, may I request our past chairperson, CA Shaji Valir, to kindly escort our guest of honor to His Excellency, Mr. Saleh bin Majid Al Kulaifi, the Assistant Under Secretary of Commerce, Affairs at Ministry of Commerce and Industries to the dais and present with a flower bouquet as a token of appreciation. Now I request our past chairperson, C. Sandeep Chowdhury, to graciously escort our guest of honor, the president of ICAI, C.A. Ranjit Agarwal, to the diocese. Let us honor the spirit of patriotism that unites us and reflects our shared pride and respect of our nations. May I request everyone kindly stand for national anthems of Qatar, India, and ICA motto. May I request AV team to play.
अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Please stand for 30 seconds.
तेषु जागृति य एष सुप्तेषु जागृति कामं 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 कामपुरुषो पुरुषो निर्विमाणः निर्विमाणः तदेव शुक्रं तदेव शुक्रब्रह्मा तद्ब्रह्मा तदेवामृतमुच्यते तस्मिन् लोकः शतः सर्वे तदूनात्यपि कश्चन एतद्वैता 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 एतद्वैता
It is my great honor to welcome our dynamic chapter chairperson, CA Kamlesh Tribhuwal, a fellow member of Institute of Chartered Accountants of India and a certified project management professional. May I request AV team to play the introductory video of CA Kamlesh.
CA Kamlesh Tibrewal is a fellow member of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, having secured an All India 21st rank in his final exams. He is also a certified project management professional with over 25 years of experience in the oil and gas and FMCG sectors, specializing in accounting, auditing, and automating business processes through digital solutions on the SAP platform. Since 2008, Kamlesh has been contributing to Qatar Energy and has previously worked with large corporates like ONGC and ITC. Since 2019, Kamlesh has been an active member of the ICAI Doha Chapter Executive Committee, leading key initiatives to elevate the chapter's professionalism and efficiency. A competent leader and communicator, Kamlesh is a past president of the CA Toastmasters Club in Doha, recognized by Toastmasters International. Beyond his professional pursuits, he co-founded the cricket team Phoenix and plays in the QCA League. Kamlesh trusts his instincts in challenging times and follows the philosophy, whatever happens, happens for good.
Dear members, please help me to welcome with a big round of applause to CA Kamlesh for Chairman Inaugural Address.
I think it's time to change my philosophy. Whatever happens, happens for good, because it has been severely tested in the last 7 days. On the dais, His Excellency Shri Vipul, Ambassador of India to the State of Qatar. Guest of honor, His Excellency Mr. Saleh bin Majid Al Khulefi, Assistant Under Secretary for Commerce Affairs, Minister of Commerce and Industry. Guest of honor, CA Ranjit Kumar Agarwal, President ICI. Special invitees and dignitaries of the dais, past chairpersons and members of Doha chapter, chairpersons and executive committee members of ICI overseas chapters, distinguished guests, students and friends. A warm good evening to all of you. It is my great privilege to welcome you to the 10th DCICI Annual Conference. We are honored to have you here with us today. Our chief guest, His Excellency Shri Vipul, Ambassador of India to the State of Qatar, who has been a beacon of support to our chapter and community at large. Thank you, sir, for all your support over the years. Our esteemed guest of honor, His Excellency Mr. Saleh Majid Al Khulefi, Assistant Under Secretary for Commerce Affairs at Minister of Commerce and Industry. We are glad and honored to have you, sir, with us, and look forward to fostering stronger collaboration within the Ministry of Commerce and Industry to drive business growth and contribute to the development of Qatari ecosystem as a whole. Our guest of honor, CA Ranjit Kumar Agarwal, President of ICAI. Your visit to the conference last year as Vice President and this year as President of ICAI is of historic proportions for this chapter, sir. Your presence today makes this occasion truly special for all of us and for me personally. And I am grateful for your time and support. Thank you, sir. Doha chapter is the first overseas chapter of ICAI, established in the year 1981. And as chairperson of this prestigious institute, I am proud to stand before all of you and address this august gathering here. Over the past 4 decades, our chapter has grown significantly, not just in terms of membership, but in the value it brings to our members. We organize numerous professional development programs, technical sessions, and networking events to keep our members updated on global trends, enhance their skill sets, and foster camaraderie within our community. We are also actively involved in contributing to the broader business and financial community in Qatar, promoting the core values of ICAI: excellence, integrity, and service. This year is particularly special as we celebrate a decade of hosting the DCICAI annual conference. Over the past 10 years, this flagship annual conference has become a platform for inspiration, innovation, and meaningful dialogue. The theme for this year's conference, Startup Surge, Igniting Innovation, Transforming Future, could not be more timely. Startups and entrepreneurial ventures are driving transformational changes across industries, and it's essential for us as finance and accounting professionals to understand and support and contribute to this ecosystem. A vision that your executive committee saw months ago when selecting the startup theme. If even one member is inspired to transition from a chartered accountant to a charterpreneur, we will have achieved the true objective of this conference. With this goal in mind, we have curated a powerful line of speakers, both from Qatar and India, each bringing innovative enterprise, vast experience, and deep expertise to help enable and inspire this transformation. May I request the AV team to kindly play the conference theme video. Thank you for that. I truly hope that our vision, which we set forth months ago, meets its objectives at the end of this conference. Moving forward, one of the key deliverables that your executive team remembers. This being a historic and milestone year, we invited all the past chairpersons of Doha who have since settled back in India or relocated abroad to join us in these celebrations. I am pleased to announce that 5 past chairs have accepted our invitation and are present here today. They include our founder chairperson, who incidentally also happens to be the first chairperson of any overseas ICAI chapter, CA Dilip Thakkar. And also our first woman chairperson of any overseas, the first woman chairperson of any overseas chapter of ICAI, CA Leena Dasani. A warm welcome to all the past chairs of Doha chapter present here today from abroad as well as who are based out in Doha. Your leadership and dedication have built the foundation of this chapter, and we are truly grateful for your continued support. I would like to extend a warm welcome to all our sponsors and their delegates. Your unwavering support is instrumental to the success of this conference and the yearly chapter activities, and we deeply appreciate your commitment in helping us achieve our vision. I would also like to thank my friends from overseas chapters who have taken the time out to join us here. Probably this is the largest overseas contingent to arrive for any Doha annual conference. I welcome you all. Finally, to the members of Doha chapter. My dear friends, I have just 2 lines to say for you. This conference is for you all. Make the most out of it. Before I conclude, I have 2 important announcements to make. ICAI is thrilled to announce the World Forum of Accountants, a global gathering of accounting and professionals, which will be held in Delhi on the 31st Jan, 1st and 2nd Feb of 2025. May I request our AV team to play the teaser for this World Forum of Accountants, please.
Arthashastram, Dharmashastram cha, meaning economic principles, arth, and ethical considerations, dharma, which are central to the work of accountants. The entire world is deliberating about impact of climate change coupled with disruptions of artificial intelligence. India has given philosophy of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam to the world and successfully hosted G20 summit on this theme and also launched Global Biofuels Alliance. The accounting profession also has an enormous responsibility to guide the world, where accountability meets innovation so that vision can be converted into solution. The Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, being the world's largest accounting body after the successful hosting of WCOA 2022 and GLOPAC, proudly presents before the world World Forum of Accountants 2025. Where accountability meets innovation for a sustainable planet. The world's brightest minds will exchange insights, explore emerging trends, and unlock the possibilities for the profession. Where foundation will be laid to shape the vision for the future of accounting profession. Hosted at Yashobhoomi, the largest convention and exhibition center in the heart of India's capital, New Delhi, inaugurated by the Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi, is all set to host the congregation of accountants from around the world. And while you're here, experience the vibrant culture and heritage of New Delhi a city where history meets modernity, offering unforgettable memories.
World Forum of Accountants, an experience of 3 days, insightful discussion, groundbreaking innovations, and unparalleled networking opportunities.
With immense pride, we invite you to WOFA 2025, taking place, happening from January 31st to February 2nd, 2025 at the magnificent Yashobhoomi, New Delhi. Experience 3 days of insightful discussions, groundbreaking innovations, and unparalleled networking opportunities. World Forum of Accountants 2025 is where you need to be, where accountability meets innovation, AI for a sustainable planet. Join us at WOFA 2025 from January 31st to February 2nd, 2025 at Yashobhoomi, New Delhi. For more details, visit wofa.icai.org.
The registrations are open for this, and I expect a large contingent from Doha to visit WOFA. So kindly do register. My second announcement is regarding the first ever ICAI GCC conference, which we GCC chapters have decided to conduct on an annual basis. And the first GCC ICAI conference will be held in Muscat on the 18th of January. More details on that will follow soon. Dear members, in conclusion, I would say as we embark on this 2-day journey of learning, innovation, and collaboration, I am confident that each one of us will leave with new ideas, fresh perspectives, and renewed enthusiasm for the road ahead. Let us take this opportunity to ignite innovation and work together to transform the future. Thank you.
Thank you, CA Kamlesh. May I request, there are some empty chairs are there, please take. It reflects our shared experience, but also celebrates the valuable insights and connections made during this event. May I request our distinguished dignitaries to launch the souvenir by opening their ribbon. For members, we will share the link so that everyone can access this souvenir. Members, I would like to request, please visit the page for Quiz on Startup with QR code. We are invited, all the members go through that page and participate. The lucky winner will get a prize on second day of this event. As our chairperson said, all we are thrilled to announce our chapter app. Now app is famous everywhere. I am thrilled to announce the launch of our chapter app, a historic milestone for our chapter, as it marks the first time we are offering this innovative tool to our members. available on both Android as well as this app provides easy access all vital informations, allowing the members to check their membership fees, their dues, stay informed about next or upcoming events, registration, explore job posting, and benefits to the members such as loyalty programs. There are a lot of discount offers are available. This app is designed to enhance your experience and engagement with the chapter. May I request our honored guest to launch DCIC app by gently tapping the tablet in front of you, please. Now I am excited to announce the launch of our Global Career Kit, an invaluable resource that covers information about ICAI Doha chapter, the opportunities in Qatar, as well as the CA profession in this region. This e-kit serves a comprehensive ready reckoner, which provides essential details about the articleship, formation of a company, other valuable insights to guide users in their professional journeys. May I request all our distinguished guests to launch the Global Career Kit by gently tapping the tab. Again. Now nothing to launch, but all dignitaries can enjoy, okay? It's a privilege to introduce our esteemed guest, CA Ranjit Agarwal, the President of ICAI. May I request AV team to play the introductory video of CA Ranjit Agarwal.
CA Ranjit Kumar Agarwal, a seasoned professional with strong organizational skills and academic acumen, ascends to the esteemed position of the 72nd President of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India for 2024 to 25. With a long-standing affiliation with the Institute, spanning 3 consecutive council terms and 2 terms in the Regional Council, he has demonstrated a commitment to innovation and technological advancements, emphasizing continuous training and upskilling. He has spearheaded initiatives to build leaders for tomorrow, including the CA Business Leaders 40 Under 40 campaign. As president of ICAI, he chairs various committees and boards, supporting the government and regulators in advancing the profession nationally and internationally. CA Ranjit Kumar Agarwal has been representing India and the profession on various international forums, striving to position India as a global accounting hub. CA Ranjit Kumar Agarwal is a graduate of Calcutta University and is a member of the Institute of Company Secretaries of India. He now strides forward, assuming charge as the president of ICAI, adorned with his accomplishments and propelled by the vision of manifesting the aspirations encapsulated in India at 2047.
Dear members, please join me in giving a warm round of applause to our leaders as he addresses fraternity.
Very respected our ambassador to State of Qatar, Mr. Bipul ji, His Excellency Mr. Saleh Masid, and a very important person in the Ministry of Commerce, the chairman of this very important and first overseas chapter of ICAI Doha, Kamlesh, and Kishore Alex, the vice chairman. And I'm very happy to see Dilip ji, the very first chairman and the source of inspiration to entire Doha people. And all the chairmen from the various chapters, leaders of the profession, good evening to all of you. It's my privilege and honor to be amongst you in this annual conference of this Doha chapter. And the way this chapter is working, which you can witness just now, so many of launches. And I know all the members who are part of this Doha chapter are truly, truly beneficial with the activity and the services offered by the managing team of Doha chapter and bringing a great laurels to the profession of accountancy. So please give a big round to Kamlesh and his entire team for working so hard. As far as India and Qatar is concerned, we have a great relationship. Bipulji sir is here. If you see the bilateral trade agreement, bilateral trade, last year I was seeing the $2 billion we have exported, but $17 billion we have imported from Qatar. And we have been very, very actively participating in the growth and development of this state of Qatar. And my compliment to you for hosting the FIFA World Cup in 2022. And you are also looking towards Asian Games 2030. So my best wishes for a proposed hosting of this Asian Game in 2030 by the Qatar. And as far as two very important MOU the India and the Qatar has, the financial intelligence units of Qatar and India has the MOU for exchange of the information and how the skill development of the youth in India and Qatar. These two MOU has been executed in the past when these two nations are dealing in the bilateral agreement. So I think India and the Qatar has a very deep bonding, and the way we are growing, we can see a bright future for the relationship and friendship India and Qatar has. So my compliment to you for supporting Indian and Indian diaspora here who are large in number. I know their bodies here, but their mind and hearts in India. But at the same time, they are in the large number and also with their hard work and persistence contributing in the growth and development of the economy of Qatar. So my compliment to all of you for working hands in hand. As far as India is concerned, we are a large country, great country, and we are celebrating 75 of our independence just 2 years before. And if you see the Indian entire spectrum, we have only 2.4% land area of the world. But at the same time, we are having an 18% population of the world. So such a small fraction of land and such a huge population of the world, India is catering. So we are proud and we are very, very privileged that we belong to a nation which always talks about Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam when the entire world is suffering from so many issues. India always preach Vasudhaiv Kutumbakam, entire world is one family, and that is the strength Indians have, and that is the spirit which you are also working here. So my compliment to all of you who are working so hard in a state of Qatar. India is now almost $4.5 trillion economy. We have more than 7% growth per annum. India has the world's largest and youngest tech-savvy population in India. And the kind of effort this Indian government has took in last 10-15 years, it's a phenomenal. You have the Startup Surge Conference. India today is the third largest startup capital of the world. We have the third largest ecosystem as far as startup capital is concerned. And yesterday itself, NASSCOM chairman was telling in generating AI, 164 new startup has been established in last 1 year in India alone. So the kind of huge startup ecosystem we have, the kind of tech-savvy population we have, if you see the total global digital transaction happening in the world, 48% are happening alone in India. UPI, Paytm, the fastest and the easiest and the cost-saving money transaction which Indian has developed, it's a phenomenal. We have the robust banking system, and that's why in the last 12 years, the lowest NPA of the bank is in India, that is 2.8%. That is the lowest in last 12 years. So all these data which I am sharing with you, which says that India is on the right path, and the time has come that India has to establish itself on the global map. Under the leadership of our Prime Minister, in the world at large, the strength of the India has been recognized, and so is the ICI. Now, if the India is growing in such a speed and the pace, whether ICI can be far or can be behind. Last 75 years, when this institute was established in 1949, with the quality, credibility, and the consistency, this institute has achieved a new milestone. And in this 75-year-old journey, if you see there are 182 accounting bodies in the world, we have now crossed 400,000 chartered accountants in India and 950,000 students in India, making it the world's largest accounting body. And I was seeing Miss Leena is there as a first women chairperson. The best part of this number, as the Qatar is also having a women participation as far as entrepreneur is concerned, every third CA in our country is a women chartered accountant. And out of this 950,000 students, there was a time when 20 years before, people used to say, ki ladkiyan kya karegi, padke kya karegi, they will do household work. Today, 44% of the 9.5 lakh students in India are girl students pursuing chartered accountants. Finance, taxation, accounting, the interest the girls are pursuing in this area, it's a phenomenal. And if you see any developed country, whichever country has become developed, the participation of the women has exceeded the participation of the men. That is why that country is a developed country. We are also on the same growth trajectory and the same line of the growth in which we can witness the participation of women in the mainstream of our ecosystem. So the ICI, who has developed such a accounting, auditing, forensic, sustainable all these standards in last 75 years. And we are the only professional in India where more than 70% of the financial transaction happening in India alone are done by only one professional, and that profession is the chartered accountant in India. If you talk about the GST, GST is the law which has made informal economy to formal economy. Insolvency and bankruptcy law, which the genesis says, if in our country the resources are limited, but the talent is unlimited. So if you are running a factory and not able to do justice or create value, you have to leave the factory. Some more competent will come, take over, and create value in the growth and resource of the country. That is the genesis of insolvency and bankruptcy law. Let me tell you, in these two legislation, GST and the IBC, the maximum contribution is being done by any profession. That profession is the profession of chartered accountants. Now, 75 years we have seen the growth trajectory of India and ICI. What next? What is the vision of this institute for next 25 years? The government has a slogan 2047, the India should be a developed country, Viksit Bharat. Now, Viksit Bharat can happen without the contribution of each and every stakeholder. ICI is the biggest stakeholder in making our country as a Viksit Bharat. Now, ESG, climate change and the ESG and the ethical practice, which are now expected in a country like India, is the utmost important steps the government and the regulators are taking. Now the RBI says, if you are running a factory and the carbon emission is highest in that area and damaging the environment, the credit system of that industry should be lower. And if you are running a factory where carbon emission is lower and not damaging the environment, the credit system will be higher. This is the philosophy of RBI now, the concept paper they have developed. So only profit is the key word, or a people and the planet is also important. That is the challenge which the entire world is facing, and India is taking the leadership role as far as ESG is concerned. And the second most important part is the artificial intelligence. Now, we have also developed the CA GPT tool, where all the stuff of the ICI for the students, study mat, suggested answer, RTP, question bank, we have downloaded and given the student. Now the student want to know AS2, cost or net realizable value, whichever is lower. The system answer in the fraction of second. If the student want to know this question, how many times came in last 75 years, the system answer in the fraction of second. This we have done and given this CA GPT tool to all the 9.5 lakh students free of cost in India. At the same time, there are 7,000 listed company and 17 lakh unlisted company. We are in the process to download entire annual report of these stuff in the CA GPT. Now, if the auditor want to know related party transaction or a qualification of report of the situation he is facing, what other auditors has done, without reading the annual report, the system answer you in fraction of second. The qualification, the name of the auditor, the fees, the adverse comment, everything of all the company, the system will answer you in fraction of second. And we are in the process to give this CA GPT tool all our practicing CA in India free of cost. But now the challenge is, the way artificial intelligence is growing, we are of the opinion that it will be uncontrollable in the times to come. Now the models on the ramp are not the human beings. The models on the ramp are artificial intelligence enabled product is going on. In the restaurant, in the hotels, in the receptions, human beings are not there. The models are there. The artificial enabled products are there. There was a time when the PCO booth was there. It has been finished. Time is coming, the driver in the cars will be no there. The way artificial intelligence is occupying each and every sector in the industry, we have a larger role as an accountant to define the responsibility and the challenges and the solution of this growing menace. The technology will help you to ease of doing business or ease of doing life, but at the same time, technology is offering a huge challenge. And who will curb this menace or a challenge? The larger role is on the accountant. The chartered accountant has to come with the standards, the solution of these two important areas of artificial intelligence and the climate change. And we as an institute, not only educating our member, whether non-financial reporting will be the mandatory part of the financial statement in the years to come. Already the SEBI has made 1,000 top listed company as a BRSR standard compliant. But our role as an institute is to curb, report and give the solution of this artificial intelligence and climate change. We are working for the standards, we are working for the guideline, and we are in the consultation with the government how the institute can collaborate on these two important areas in the days and time to come, because the entire audit system and the non-audit system will go a sea change with the software enabled. Everything will be on the system. Human intervention will not be required. But what should be the standard? What should be the reporting mechanism? And what should be the solution of these issues? That is the role we are playing. And I'm happy to tell you, the institute, as far as artificial intelligence is concerned and as far as ESG is concerned, already has taken the leadership role compared to the 182 accounting body of the world. And hopefully in the years to come, we can come out with the various standards on artificial intelligence and the ESG and the carbon emission, so that we can help this entire world to some solution of the growing menace of these two important areas. I am very happy to have myself amongst a very elite gathering in Doha, and I am very happy also that you be the part of this World Forum of Accountant in 2025 in Delhi, wherein we can debate and deliberate the solutions of the growing challenges of the world at large. Because our role is not just to certify the financial statement. The responsibility has been cast on the chartered accountant also to provide the solution of the various challenges faced by the society at large. And we are working on that. I must compliment for this very successful conference you have organized by Kamlesh and team. Do join in World Forum of Accountant in Delhi in January, where we can debate and discuss and decide some solution for the entire world at large. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, dear President, for your enriching speech about Indian economy, especially new startups, AI, and climate changes. It is my privilege to introduce our guest of honor of the day, His Excellency Saleh bin Majid Al Khulaifi. May I request AV team to play his introductory video.
Focusing on driving industrial development, entrepreneurship, and attracting foreign direct investment to help in shaping Qatar's economic landscape. His Excellency Saleh Majid Al Khulaifi helped developing and implementing national manufacturing strategy. Within the ministry, he led efforts to improve customer-facing services for businesses, ensuring procedures are efficient, accessible, and supportive of business growth, streamlining company setup processes, and creating a business-friendly environment to boost entrepreneurship. Drawing on his extensive experience, he has held key positions in both the public and private sectors. Notably, he served as the Executive Director of Business Localization at Qatar Development Bank, where he managed the establishment of a QR 500 million industrial cluster, Jahiz, as well as identifying opportunities for the private sector worth more than 1.2 billion QR. Educationally, Mr. Al-Khalefi holds a Master of Science in Technology Entrepreneurship from the University College of London. Additionally, he earned a bachelor's degree in Business Administration from Carnegie Mellon University.
Mr. Ambassador, President of the Institute of Chartered Accountants, India, and the Doha chapter. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed members of ICAI, dear friends. First of all, it's very hard to speak, to be honest, after the President after a very robust talk. But I'll do my best to present how honored I am to be speaking and standing amongst friends and colleagues who have played such an integral role in shaping Qatar's financial landscape and contributed to growing and diversifying our economy. This shows the long legacy and excellence that you have established, and I'm sure you consider Qatar as your home away from home. As we gather here today, I want to highlight the transformative journey Qatar is on, a journey I'm proud to witness and contribute to. Qatar National Vision 2030 outlines a bold, liberal economic agenda that seeks to create a diversified, globally competitive economy. Through strategic initiatives like the Third National Development Strategy, NDS3, that was launched earlier this year, we're opening doors for international investors, startups, and entrepreneurs to play an even bigger role in this country's future. Our economy is diversifying rapidly, and the non-hydrocarbon sector now accounts for more than 60% of our GDP, a testament of our commitment to sustainable growth. Government reforms, particularly in our investment law, allow 100% foreign ownership in most sectors, providing ample opportunities for innovation and collaboration. And funny enough, yesterday the cabinet has approved a draft of even a new law of FDI. This is a clear sign that Qatar is now not only open for business, but is actively seeking to become a global hub for industries ranging from logistics, tourism, and advanced manufacturing to digital services. For our government and regulatory authorities, the focus is on liberalizing our economy. Qatar strives to create one of the world's most competitive business environments, with a KPI on me to be ranked in the top 10 global economies by 2030. This puts high standards on regulatory quality and business efficiency. The roadmap for regulatory reforms, harmonizing economic zones, and streamlining business operations is a strong message to the world. Qatar is ready to lead. For entrepreneurs and startups, this is an exciting time to be in Qatar. The Investment Promotion Agency FDI programs are open and are an open invitation to those who want to create, innovate, and invest. Whether you're venturing into tech and digital services, looking to be part of our logistics hub, or aiming to contribute to our tourism sector, Qatar provides a fertile ground for success. And let me say that I'm personally here to help, whether it's through collaboration, exploring new ventures, or different opportunities. The Ministry of Commerce and all its subsidiaries offer all the support you need to set up base in Qatar. I truly believe that together we can unlock the immense potential that lies before us and make a lasting impact on Qatar's economic landscape. Ladies and gentlemen, the transformation of Qatar is real and the opportunities are boundless. I'm proud to stand here today among friends and look forward to working with all of you in the days to come as we chart paths of prosperity, innovation, and success for the nation we all call home. Thank you.
Thank you so much, dear Excellency, for wonderful speech about Qatar National Vision 2030. And we wish him he will soon achieve his KPI in a shorter period. Dear members, please help me to welcome our chief guest of the day, His Excellency Sri Vipul, the Ambassador of India to the State of Qatar. May I request our AV team to play his introductory video.
His Excellency Sri Vipul, Ambassador of India to the State of Qatar. Mr. Vipul joined the Indian Foreign Service in 1998. He has served in Indian missions in Cairo, Colombo, Geneva, and Dubai. In his diplomatic career, he has dealt with diverse areas, including political and commercial relations, development, disarmament, international security, and media. Mr. Vipul worked as Director/Joint Secretary with External Affairs Minister of India between 2014 to 2017. Subsequently, he was Consul General of India in Dubai between 2017 to 20. He worked as Joint Secretary, Gulf, in Ministry of External Affairs from 2020 to 2023. He presented his credentials as Ambassador of India to Emir of the State of Qatar, His Highness Sheikh Tamim bin Hamad Al Thani on August 17, 2023. Mr. Vipul graduated in Mechanical Engineering from Indian Institute of Technology, Delhi in 1994. He also holds an MBA degree from Indian School of Business, Hyderabad.
Good evening, everyone. His Excellency Undersecretary, Assistant Undersecretary for Industrial Affairs and Business Development, Ministry of Commerce and Industry, Mr. Saleh Majid Al Khulefi. His Excellency Mr. Sheikh Mansoor bin Khalifa Al Thani, a great friend of India. All our Qatari friends who are present with us today. President of ICAI, Shri Ranjit Ji, Chairperson of ICAI Doha Chapter, Shri Kamlesh Tibrewal, other dignitaries and CAs. It's a great privilege and honor for me to attend the 10th Annual Conference of Doha Chapter of ICAI, and I congratulate all of you on this happy occasion. 10 years is a good occasion. Your chapter is special as it was the first overseas chapter of ICAI when it was established in 1981, and that's a long time. I also congratulate all of you for receiving multiple Best Overseas Chapter recognition from ICAI. I'm happy that more than 400 Indian CAs are today members of this chapter, and they all hold key positions in both the public and private sectors here in Qatar. And thereby, all of you provide an invaluable support and bridge between our two countries in taking forward our economic and commercial relations. As we all know, India and Qatar share close, historic, and friendly relationship, and it spans almost all areas, be it be political relations, be it be trade, investment, energy, culture, or most important of all, people-to-people ties. Our relations have continued to strengthen and deepen under the leadership of our two countries, His Highness the Amir Sheikh Tamim bin Hamad Al Thani and His Excellency Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Modi, over the past decade. India remains one of the top trading partners of Qatar. Our trade is almost $16 billion, of which $14 billion is LNG exports and other energy exports from Qatar to India, and about $2 billion or thereabouts of Indian exports to Qatar. Qatar is also one of our foremost energy partners, and this relationship got further reinvigorated earlier this year when we signed another agreement for 20 years starting 2028 of LNG exports from Qatar to India. Mutual investments between our two countries are also robust, and we look forward to even more investments from Qatar to India given our strong economic growth in excess of 7% and our journey towards becoming the third largest economy in the world. And in this regard, I would like to thank the leadership of Ministry of Commerce and Industry for all their support. We have had many fruitful meetings this year between our bureaucracies and also between our businesses. Our leadership remains in constant touch, and this was again evident when Prime Minister Modi undertook a landmark visit to Qatar in February this year. And under the third term of Prime Minister Modi, our External Affairs Minister, Dr. S. Jaishankar, again visited Qatar in June of this year, and we look forward to maintaining that close touch between the high leadership of both countries in the months and years to come. As we move forward, both our countries are also looking at deepening our cooperation in newer opportunities and challenges that our world today throws at us. This includes, for instance, areas like climate change, sustainability, renewable energy, innovation, artificial intelligence, and many other areas. Focusing on these areas is also an imperative for both our countries, given that for Qatar, these are covered under the National Development Strategy for 2030. And for us in India, it is also very important given our quest to become a developed country, Viksit Bharat, by 2047. I would say that both our countries have complementarities in these areas, as India has the human resource and technology to address these challenges and exploit opportunities, while Qatar has the ecosystem for innovation, for international partnerships, and has the requisite financial resources. One of the ways in which we can work together in this regard is through startups, and I'm happy that today ICAI Doha has chosen the theme Startup Surge, Igniting Innovation and Transforming Future for this annual conference. This should give an excellent opportunity for all of us to think about how to better connect India's startup ecosystem with Qatar's ecosystem. In India, as was also mentioned by Ranjit ji, we have more than 140,000 startups, and I was very happy to listen that many of those startups are today in generative AI, which is going to define our lives in the future. Qatar's ecosystem has some very significant agencies, and we have constant dialogue with the Qatari leadership in this regard, whether it be QSTP, whether it be QRDI, whether it be QFC, Invest Qatar, which all provide good opportunities for the Indian community and Indian companies to come here, set up shop here, and in one sense, test their products in terms of startups, and then hopefully make them big for the entire world. I'm happy that several conversations on startups are currently underway. In fact, earlier this year, when Doha hosted the Web Summit in February, our Minister for Railways, IT and Communications, Sri Ashwini Vaishnav, had come here, and he had also interacted with the Qatari leadership. And we have already started working on the Web Summit for 2025. And this is among one of the conversations that we are having between India and Qatar. I feel that forums like ICAI, as well as Indian Business and Professionals Council, can foster many collaborations in the startup space that we will be looking forward to in the coming months and years through their networks. And they can really play an important role in connecting innovators with entrepreneurs and investors. I'm sure that there will be many fruitful conversations at the annual conference today and tomorrow, which will be of great benefit to our bilateral relationship. And I once again congratulate ICAI Doha for this conference and putting together many excellent panels, drawing people, especially from India, here and many of the chartered accountants from other Gulf countries here. Before I end, let me echo the words of Prime Minister Modi about chartered accountants when he said earlier this year on your Chartered Accountants Day that CAs play a vital role in shaping our economic landscape and provide vital expertise and strategic insights. The CA fraternity deserves big applause for this, and as was mentioned by President Ranjit ji, you will have an even bigger role and how to cope up with all the technological changes as we move towards making India Viksit Bharat, developed India, as per the vision of our Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi in 2047. And I think the motto that with which all of you have to work was given in one of the presentations, one of the audio visuals, which is Arthashastram, Dharmashastram Cha. And I think that is something that all CAs have to keep at the back of mind. We all have to keep at the back of our mind while doing our duties in terms of taking forward India and in terms of taking forward India-Qatar relationship. So thank you very much for inviting me today. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, dear Excellency, for your informative session about the collaboration between the two countries, especially Qatar ecosystems. Friends, this event will not happen without the support of the sponsors. Now it's the time to honor our sponsors. We have to felicitate our gold sponsor. We extend our heartfelt gratitude to our esteemed gold sponsors for their generous support, which plays a pivotal role in making this event success. Your commitment not only enhance our capabilities, but also strengthen our community. Thank you for being invaluable partner in our journey. May I request our chapter annual gold sponsor, Aster DM Health Care, Dr. Kabil and CA Arun Somanath come to the stage to collect the memento from our ICA President, CA Ranjit Agarwal, as a token of our appreciation on the behalf of ICA Doha chapter. May I request our annual gold sponsor, Morrison Qatar partner, may I request CA Kevin and CA Sergeant Jacob Kurian come to the stage to collect the memento from our President, CA Ranjit Agarwal, as a token of our appreciation on the behalf of ICA Doha chapter. We are expecting same support from our sponsors in future years also. Now I would like to invite our chairperson to take the stage to announce the recipient of the CA Professional Achievers Award for 2024.
Thank you, Kishore. And before we move forward, I would also like to acknowledge the presence of Mr. Taha Muhammad, President of IBBC, in this August gathering. Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, and esteemed colleagues, I stand before you to announce the recipient of CA Professional Achievers Award for the year 2024. The CA Professional Achievers Award was established in honor of CA Dilip Thakkar, our founder chairperson of Doha chapter, upon his retirement in 2014. And it is a proud moment for us that after 10 years, he is present amongst us today. I request him to join us on the dais for this ceremony. This award is intended to recognize the contribution of the chartered accountants in Doha who have made an exceptional contribution to the accounting and finance profession, to Doha chapter, to the industry, to the community at large, and popularized the brand CA to the state of Qatar. This award serves as an encouragement to other members in Doha fraternity to strive to excel. The award committee for 2024 comprised of CA Kishore Alex, Vice Chairperson, CA Arun Somnath, Secretary, CA Devki Nandan Tibrewal, Treasurer, and yours truly as the Chairperson of the chapter. This being the historic and milestone year, the award committee decided to unanimously confer this award to a truly remarkable individual whose professional journey embodies the values of perseverance, leadership, and dedication. His nearly 5-decade journey has shaped his career and revolutionized Middle Eastern insurance sector. He qualified as a chartered accountant in 1976, joined Money Corporation in 1980, and quickly earned a reputation as company's troubleshooter. Just 3 years into the job, proving his capabilities, he was sent to Egypt to lead and start operations there. And indeed, he successfully set up the operations there and was leading it successfully, but destiny had it otherwise. He was summoned to Doha, contrary to his wishes, this time to help rescue the fortunes of a major player in the insurance sector that was facing tough times. Yes, it was here at Qatar Insurance Company that his career would ascend to new heights. Throughout his career at QIC, he held several key positions, notably Chairman of Qatar Reinsurance, CEO of QIC International, and CEO of a QIC Asset Management Company, among many positions, including board positions of all subsidiaries. His efforts were instrumental in establishing QIC as the dominant and trusted player in insurance and reinsurance markets, not only in Qatar, but across Middle East and at the global stage. When he joined QIC as Chief Financial Officer, the company's revenues stood at 52 million QAR. Fast forward to his retirement, and those figures had soared to an astounding 13 billion QAR, a testament to his unparalleled leadership and strategic vision. His influence didn't stop at the boardroom. He also fostered the development of new generation of financial professionals. Recognizing the potential of young CAs, he led initiatives that saw QIC become the first company from Qatar to participate in ICAI campus interviews in India. He strongly believed that CA was a mark of potential and that his role was to provide these professionals with platform to develop their leadership skills. Thanks to his efforts, QIC boasted 40 chartered accountants on its roster at one point of time. Many of these chartered accountants went on to assume leadership roles across companies' subsidiaries and in different corporates. His contributions extended beyond the corporate world. He served as the chairperson of ICAI Doha chapter for the 1989-90 term. During his time in leadership, he secured vital sponsorships for the chapter, ensuring its continued growth and success, an initiative that remains active even today. Recently, his contributions were recognized on a global level. The Institute of Chartered Accountants in England and Wales honored him with a Lifetime Achievement Award for advancing the profession in business at the Middle East Annual Honors Ceremony held in Dubai. A fitting tribute to a career that has spanned decades and touched countless lives. And now it is time to add another well-deserved accolade to his impressive collection. It gives me great pleasure to announce that the CA Professional Achievers Award for 2024 goes to none other than CA Sunil Talwar. May I request you, sir, to join us on the dais. May I request you, sir, to enlighten the audience with few words, few golden words, insured words.
Distinguished guests and friends, you handed me the mic at your own risk. People at my age have a great tendency to overtalk. So excuse me if I overstay my welcome. But thank you. This one is a great honor, extremely honored. Lot more delightful getting it from my own peer group and my institute than from the English Institute. It is like having my dal chawal after the macaroni cheese. Thank you. Great honor for all that. Listening to Mr. Agarwal talk about ChatGPT, I wonder why we had to study so hard in our time when everything could be done by ChatGPT. Well, good luck to the new guys. The other thing that worried me was that I think, boys, you all need to pull up your socks. With the number of women coming through, you all are in trouble. They anyway study much harder than men, and they are 44% of the students, so you do your maths quickly. They are coming. But yes, it's been a glorious journey. 50 years, 48 since passing, and if you add 3 years of grinding labor as article, that's 51, long before a lot of you were born. Lovely, glorious years. A large part of that have been a glorious journey in Qatar. I owe a deep debt of gratitude to Qatar for providing me the platform, the trust, and the faith to deliver the many accolades. I almost didn't recognize myself as Kamlesh describing me, but yes, doing all that we did was a platform provided by Qatar. And it was a great journey to take from and see the development of Qatar from where it was when I came in 1980 to become a global leader in energy, in sports, in education, in culture. It makes me awfully proud to have been part of that, and I am deeply grateful for that opportunity. And looking at Dilip, it reminds me of the time in 1981 when a handful of us were gathered together as chartered accountants in Doha. And here we are with 400 registered members, and I'm sure a whole lot of unregistered ones too. But we have a pretty large contingent, and looking at the average age, I think we are in great shape to continue the journey of contribution. A large part, and I'm very certain that a large part of the contribution of this tremendous growth that Qatar has seen has been provided by all of you and our profession in every organization and every various industries, commerce. It's been a phenomenal part where they have played a silent role in becoming the backbone of every organization. It's been a tremendous job. And I have been always a great believer that chartered accountants are not just historians of numbers. You're not just recording history and numbers. We tell a story of what the numbers do. We tell the story of what these numbers mean in future to paint the big picture for everybody to follow. I think that is what I believe, that the chartered accountants are preeminently qualified to become leaders. Leaders in the true sense in every business and profession. Our training provides us with a very simple thing like, if you put $1 on top, how many cents of profit drop down? And that's a very, very, very vital attribute to have when you're taking decisions on what business to do, what not to do, which business to discard, and which business to go after. And when you have that as a quick attribute, when you get into negotiations or when you are weaving that picture that I was talking about of the big picture for others to follow me, we are going to go there. That attribute is wonderful. So I think all of you are not just historians. You're not just recording numbers or interpreting numbers. You are painting the picture. So become the leaders of the future. Opportunities come your way. Unfortunately, we only realize opportunities when they have passed by. So stick your hand out, some will stick, and you will certainly be the future leaders. And I would be awfully proud to see many, many more CEOs coming out from our profession, not just the CFOs. They are ready to move on to the leadership roles. And I'm so very happy to hear of all the things that Mr. Agarwal said about what's happening in the profession. It's great, great initiatives. And I'm proud of what the profession has meant. And deeply grateful also for the recognition, the trust, the respect that I have received over the years. And I'm deeply grateful for all the friends I have made. A few of them I can see in various tables. Thank you very much. First of all, I must acknowledge Kamlesh and his team, but this has been by far the most brilliantly organized CA event that I have seen. And given my age, you would know I have seen many. Okay. So you have been absolutely fantastic. Carry on and make us truly proud of the Doha chapter and the Indian chapter and the accounting profession in general. Thank you very much. That has been a great pleasure. Thank you. Thank you, Governor.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for that. A loud round of applause once again for CA Sunil Tilwar, the winner of 2024 CA Professional Achievers Award. Thank you. Over to Kishore.
Thank you, Kamlesh ji. Once again, congratulations to Sunil Talwar ji. And I hope that he is a role model for the young chartered accountants as well as middle-aged and senior leaders like me in this hall. We are looking for next level from CFO to CEO. That is the motto of the today day. We have to go up next level. So always think about next. On the behalf of ICA Doha chapter, it's my great honor to request our chief guest, His Excellency Sri Vipul, the Ambassador of India to the State of Qatar, to present a memento to ICA President CA Ranjit Agarwal. This token represents our heartfelt appreciation for invaluable contributions and unwavering support to the Doha chapter. On behalf of ICA Doha chapter, it's my distinct honor to request our chief guest, His Excellency Sri Vipul, and the Ambassador of India to the State of Qatar, to present a memento to our esteemed guest of honor, His Excellency Saleh bin Majid Al Khulaifi. This memento serves as a token of our deep appreciation for your significant contribution and support to the Doha chapter. On behalf of ICA Doha chapter, it's my privilege to request our esteemed chief guest, His Excellency Sri Vipul, Ambassador of India to the State of Qatar, to receive a memento from our ICA President, CA Ranjit Agarwal. This memento is a heartfelt token of appreciation for your outstanding contribution and steadfast support to our chapter. May I request all our ICA Doha chapter ExCom team come to the stage for a group photo with our dignitaries. Please come. I would like to invite all our past chairpersons of Doha chapter, who are our role models and the cornerstone of today's chapter. I am requesting all past chairpersons come to the stage for a group photo with our dignitaries. Finally, may I ask all neighboring leaders of the CA fraternity, overseas chapter chairpersons and team to come to the stage for a group photo with dignitaries.
I know you won. Always pleasure.
Come, please. Slowly.
That finishes our anniversary.
Pardon?
Just say it finishes our
Yeah. May I request all dignitaries to take their seat at the reserved table for the next session. Okay, see you.
So in
I request all my fellow members come to the hall. Next session is going on. Now let us move to our next technical session of the evening, the financial strategy and fundraising for the startups, India, GCC and global markets by Ryan Piper, the CEO of Morrison Global. Morrison is our gold sponsor also. May I request AV team to kindly play the introduction video of Ryan Piper.
Ryan Piper is the global CEO of Morrison Global, a top 10 international association of professional services firms with combined revenues nearing $1 billion in 2023. With over 20 years of experience, Ryan brings a comprehensive skill set that includes corporate strategy, startup advisory, mergers and acquisitions, and fundraising expertise. He has successfully driven growth and innovation across global markets, with a focus on sustainable firm development. Ryan's extensive startup and corporate finance experience have equipped him with a keen understanding of navigating complex business challenges. He has led fundraising initiatives, guiding firms through capital raising efforts, alongside his proven track record in mergers and acquisitions, where he has managed both buy and sell-side transactions, financial due diligence, and valuations. His ability to blend entrepreneurial agility with strategic leadership has positioned Ryan as a forward-thinking leader, dedicated to steering Morrison Global and its member firms toward continued growth, innovation, and long-term value creation.
Dear members, please help me to welcome Ryan Piper with a big round of applause.
Good evening, and thank you very much for the warm welcome, and thank you also for the opportunity to be here this evening to talk with you about startups, both here in Qatar and in India. It's a fantastic session that you have put on. This conference is extremely impressive, and so on behalf of myself, but also on behalf of our local firm, Morrison Qatar, it's a great privilege to be here to talk with you about fundraising strategies and the way in which we can start to put to use that fantastic ecosystem we have here in Qatar and in India. So what I'll do is I'll talk you through some of the considerations and the foundation planning that I've come across in my career advising clients and advising entrepreneurs. And then we'll talk through some of the ways in which the Qatari and the Indian ecosystem is structured for you to be able to raise money for the clients that you have or the startup that you're looking to put in place. Now, as we go through the content of this session, I know already that many of you will know a lot of the points that I will talk through. But it's a good reminder of the way in which we can structure our conversations and our thinking, but also, most importantly, the responsibility we have in this room to share the messages, the ecosystems that are available to entrepreneurs so that we can spread that message and make sure that everyone is aware of exactly what is available to them. So, foundation. We learned earlier with the impressive, very, very impressive business with Vadas. As a man who's eaten a number of those, I'm very delighted to see that it's much more easy now for me to make those at home. Foundation planning is absolutely critical. We must go through those foundation steps if we're going to stand a chance as an entrepreneur, as a startup, to make sure that those steps that we have will lead us to success. We know that today many brands are purpose-led, and we know that next generations are looking for purpose-led employment and purpose-led products. And so understanding why we're really starting our business, what is the purpose behind our work, will help keep us not only energized on those tired days when it's particularly long and the business isn't going quite so well, but also when it comes to attracting investors, when it comes to attracting talent. Two of the key points about your startup or your client startup are really driven by purpose. What is the market position of our business? What are we really trying to fix? What do we want to be and for whom? Understanding our strategy, understanding the market around us and the opportunity that is what we're trying to capitalize on is really crucial. And a lot of the time, we often see clients, entrepreneurs, get lost along the journey as to where they started and where they've ended up. We heard earlier on stage about being the cheetah and making sure that our focus is exactly on the zebra we've been chasing. And often as the market moves around us, as there are upturns and downturns, we can lose focus sometimes on what we're trying to achieve and why, and where that market is now taking our business. If we're very clear on what that looks like, it's much easier for us to stick to the path. As we come into setting up our business, what is the structure that we need? That structure will change as we go through the evolution of our business. The needs of our business will change. Loading ourselves up with a very complex structure in the first instance isn't the way forward. Making sure that our structure is fit for purpose, but one that can be scaled as our business starts to grow is really key. In terms of stakeholders, I use the word stakeholders, not necessarily shareholders. So stakeholders in our business, I think a really key part of that stakeholder management piece will be who is our business mentor? Who is going to help us to shape our journey? Who has done it before? There are many people around us in this room who have been helping clients or helping entrepreneurs on that journey. There are many forums where entrepreneurs can be helped by business mentors. And I would really encourage anybody who is starting up to seek a business mentor to help them navigate some of those conversations and challenges and opportunities that are available to us. And in addition to that, there'll be other stakeholders, whether they're friends and family, corporate advisors, and so on, who will be able to help us explain our way through what we're trying to achieve to investors, how we target our clients and our customers, and how we get our product to market. It's a very obvious point, and I know all of you know this, but in terms of implementation, we have to make sure that we have thought through the way in which we're going to structure our business, how we're going to take that to market, and the way in which our consumers are going to receive or use our product or our services. And getting that planning point right, and we heard it again earlier on stage, getting that planning right is a really crucial step to how we take ourselves forward. Now then, there's a quote on the stage here that I learned very early in my career from a private equity manager, and his comment was one that stuck with me for a very long time. If you have a great idea, it doesn't necessarily translate to being a great business. And really understanding that and understanding why that is true is one of the key parts of we in the room play in the role of helping an entrepreneur get themselves up and running. But if in the room we're thinking about starting a business, our great idea, can we scale that? Is there really the market presence that we think there is? Is there really the need for the solution that we think we've got? Similarly, a great business doesn't necessarily mean a great investment. So as we go through that growth journey, as we go through that investor journey, what are the things that they are looking for and the things that we need to do in order to match those points? If we build a great business, it may turn some investors away because they can't see the opportunity for efficiencies or growth or scale in the way that they ordinarily would when they pick up investments. And so being very clear again on what we're trying to be and for whom, and how we then translate that into investor interest is a really key part of our thinking. There's a couple of points here on the screen that I have sort of boiled back from my experience working with entrepreneurs and startups throughout the last 20 years or so. One of the key messages I'd like you to take from this screen is picking your investor really carefully and staying operationally lean. If we pick our investor, we get the right investor, they will help us through the journey in ways more than just providing us with capital. They'll help us through our journey in the ways in which they'll introduce us to new investors or they'll introduce us to new providers within the ecosystem of the idea that we have. We've all seen the Shark Tank. We've all seen those investors who are able to bring new skills to the people looking for investment. We've seen that those are usually the ones that will invest much more quickly. And so being clear on what you want from your investor, the skills that they're going to bring or the exposure they can give you is a really key part of picking your investor and picking them carefully. The owner mindset is a very, very crucial point. We often forget when we have a great idea that our employees will just follow along with us and take our great idea and run with it. And that's not always the case. And so building an owner mindset into our team, into our employees, so that they are staying late with us and working through us in the hard times is really critical. And again, keeping that owner mindset going throughout the growth trajectory is also very, very important, because those people that stick with you are going to be your greatest advocates, both in terms of investor conversations, but also in terms of recruiting talent and often customers. The point about having your exit in mind, it seems very odd, doesn't it, if we're just starting out in our journey and we're thinking about how we step out of it. But it's a really key part of shaping, again, who we want as investors, who and how we target our client or customer base, and where our product is going to sit within the market that we're trying to build. And so making sure we're very clear on our exit then means the strategy we build will be much more likely to come to fruition. Now, if we know we're building a business for sale, that has a different set of requirements and a different strategy than it does if we're building a business for growth. They're somewhat similar, but they are often quite different at certain key points. And so understanding what you're trying to achieve and where you're going to step out of it will then help to shape some of those strategic questions. So back to that fundamental planning point, it's really, really important. The last point on the slide that I'd like to draw your attention to is often a bit controversial, is the CEO point. We have a great idea, we want to start the business, we want to be the CEO that drives it, we are the person whose heart and soul is in that idea. Yes, great. Doesn't necessarily mean you're the best person for being the CEO. You might be fantastic at coding, you might have the best idea of how to bring that to life. Doesn't necessarily mean you're brilliant at business. There are many people who are fantastically good at running a business, less good on the creative side. And blending those two skills, I think, is one of the key issues and opportunities we have. When we think about fundraising, when we think about investor relations, when we think about the amount of energy and effort it takes to maintain just that one part of the business, that often detracts from why you've started the business in the first place, which is the product or the service that you're creating. And so being clear on how and why our CEO is going to operate will then allow us, as the owner of the business, but also the founder of the business, to do the thing we're great at. I think I might have pressed the wrong button on that, sorry. So one of the things we'll focus on, as we already know in the room, you're very, very aware of what is in the Qatari ecosystem already. There's much available to us in terms of support from the ecosystem, whether it's support for seed funding, whether it's office spaces we need to rent, whether it's investment for particular types of businesses. It's already there in this fantastic ecosystem. Now, again, I know many of you already know this, but I think there comes a requirement of that knowledge to share it with people within the market, share it with your clients, but also take it away and think about how you can use that in the conversations you have when you're thinking about expanding overseas yourself, expanding in the local market, or also just driving forward those economic conversations that you have at dinner parties. One of the things that I've been really impressed about as I learn more through different regions is just how well placed the MENA region is in terms of talent, in terms of knowledge, and in terms of impact. We're already sat here in this room on a fantastic platform that is already thriving, and we now have more opportunities for investment throughout that program. In terms of the future of the Qatari ecosystem, we know that the vision of 2030 is a very, very key one, and a lot of activity hangs from that. Very positive activity in how we can get access to a breadth of services, breadth of opportunities. And again, I think the key message on this stage and this point is, how do we make sure we are making the most of that, both in terms of our own investment journeys if we're thinking about starting a business, but also how we use our platforms to expand that voice. Now, we know there are many stages of funding, and where you are in your funding journey will often dictate where you need to go for the kind of funding that's available. So if you think about a couple of staged examples, one from Qatar and one from India, if we think about Saif, he needs 500,000 riyals for his business. He's at the start of that process. If we think about the kind of funding that's available to him from the Qatari government, there are many different tiers of funding available. And so understanding which type of funding he should plug into and why, back to that investor, choosing your investor carefully, will allow him to focus on his business, safe in the knowledge he has the right partner to the right amount of investment capital. If we then think about the private investing space, it's a very, very key driver of economies throughout the world. But partnering that government investment capital with private capital gives you access to funding in two different ways, but also gives you access to investors that can bring different things to the party. So again, back to that point I made earlier about bringing the right investor with you, choosing the right investor, and having a blend of the two gives you the best of both worlds, and it's a fantastic opportunity. If we think then of an Indian example, again, this is a staged example for the purpose of the exercise. Arjun is looking for a very similar amount of money in India, and available to Arjun are, again, similar tiered levels of funding from the government. And again, if we're looking at the right-hand side of the screen, sorry, my left, you'll see that there are different levels of funding available. And again, plugging yourself or plugging your client into the right amount of funding, the right part of that ecosystem is really key. So you're not then going back saying, terribly sorry, we need some more cash, but we can't then receive it from that pool. Similarly, adding in the private investor pool to that picture, same as we do in Qatar, is a really, really key balance between what those private investors can bring in line with the government funding, the government muscle that we have, both here in Qatar and in India. The key point I'd like to draw your attention to on this stage is number 2. So we heard again on stage earlier about the right investors will come to you. The right investors can only come to you if they know who you are, if they know what you're trying to achieve, and if they know what you're doing. And so those investor relations networking events are a really key part of getting your message out into the market, and so allowing investors to see who you are and what you're trying to achieve. And then you can have that great conversation where they come to you rather than you having to go and try and charm them. Snoo is a particular live example. It's a fantastic story here in Qatar. It's a very, very good success story that I'd like us to think about, both in terms of the steps that they took, but also in terms of the growth that they've experienced. If we think about Snoo and how they've developed their product and their services, they've had a very, very fast investment journey, a very steep investment curve, which is great because they have the infrastructure around in Qatar to be able to achieve that. But thinking back to that structure comment I made earlier, thinking back to that professional advisors comment I made earlier, how do we start to help a business like this in the way in which it needs it, to both from a foundation planning point of view, but also from an investment point of view as they start to grow? Now, Zomato is another example, and I'm rattling through them just because I'm very conscious that it's not long before dinner, and I don't want to be the person that keeps us from that. Zomato has a global IPO, and if we look at the way in which they've gone through their funding journey, the comment again I'd like to draw you to is the one I made about choosing the right investor. If we look at this set of investment rounds, InfoEdge has partnered with Zomato at a great number of those rounds. So choosing the right investor who can grow with us, the right investor who has the appetite, the patience, or the same investment criteria as we're able to deliver as a startup is really, really key. And so as we can see, InfoEdge and Group, they've come back again. They've helped and helped and helped as we've gone through that journey. And it's a really key message or learning point in relation to choosing the right investor. We can see here that valuations take quite a steep curve on this one, but we can see also that there's a lot going on. So back to that point about being the CEO, are you the right person for the business as a CEO? Do you have the right stakeholders and advisors around you? This is a very steep journey. And I've helped a number of companies list on public markets in the UK and in Europe and in North America. It's not an easy journey. It's expensive, it's time consuming, it takes a lot of effort and time and a lot of commitment. And so being able to pull this off whilst also working on the business is a really key balance to make. It's hard when you're working in the business rather than being on the business. And there's quite a key difference in those 2 points. If we're able to take a step back from the operational side and start looking at the future, what do we need, what are the needs of the business going forward, that is a tricky job before we then complicate that with an IPO. Very, very successful exit, yes, but it does take a huge amount of work. So again, thinking about what we're trying to achieve when we first start is really key. Now then, if I could draw your attention to that advisor's point that I've made, choosing an advisor that has experience in this space, is able to help you through that picture, is really key. So Morrison Qatar has quite a large track record in this space already, and so I've been really impressed. I've been in my current role for 4 months. I've been very impressed as I've learnt exactly what the firm does, but also how it does that in relation to bringing in that Qatari investment, that ecosystem we've talked about, and how they then bring that to life for their startups. In terms of why Morrison Qatar are a good firm, there's a number of different points that they help you with, but the first and really key part is they're able to help you through that journey. And as you know, as advisors in the room, CFOs in the room who work with advisors, being able to partner with someone who's able to produce the kind of thinking and critical thinking that can get you to your journey is a really key challenge. And I think it's one that we need to take a big sort of appreciation in the room for advisors around, CFOs around, and so on, as to how we try and build that picture together. Now, in terms of some of the examples of who they've worked with, Morrison Qatar have worked with some very successful startups and continue to do so. But I think the key message that I would leave you with on this screen is experience. I talked at the beginning about finding a business mentor, formal or informal, somebody who's done it before, who can help you through the process of securing the right stage of funding from the right investor or investors, someone who can help you with that planning stage and the strategy, someone who's able to help you to adapt your strategy with you to the market around you is one of those key challenges that I think we in the room can help with. And again, back to that point about responsibility, how do we start to share this ecosystem here in India that we're part of is a big responsibility, but I think it's one we need to shoulder. Now, the clock says I've got 58 seconds left, so I've tried to whiz through that as fast as possible so I don't keep us behind. We do have some time, I think, for questions. If there's any questions at all, I'd be delighted to take them, but otherwise, thank you so much for the opportunity to speak with you this evening. Like I said at the beginning, I know we know a lot of these points, but it's a really key thing to remind ourselves of where we're trying to take our clients, but also where we're trying to take ourselves if we're on that entrepreneur journey. Thank you.
Thank you so much, dear Ray and Piper, for your enriching session about startup, especially the foundation planning and shaping your ideas. May I request our past chairperson, C.A. Nirla Bhatt, along with chairperson C.A. Kamlesh, kindly come to the stage to give a memento to our speaker of the day, Ray and Piper.
Congratulations. We are connected on LinkedIn.
Very good.
Thanks for accepting.
Pleasure.
Really good insight.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Chair.
Thank you.
I would like to invite C.A. Manish Kumar to lead the next session.
A warm good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you all for being here today for this wonderful annual conference. We've all gathered here today to explore the surge of startups, leading from innovation to ambition. As you might already know, the startup world can be a bit like a roller coaster, thrilling, sometimes terrifying, and occasionally you wonder why you got in the first place. But in Qatar, we are seeing an incredible surge of creativity and entrepreneurial spirit that's making the ride worth it. Well, coming up is a panel discussion on the theme Evolving Startup Ecosystem in Qatar. And to moderate the session, we have a highly qualified and eminent expert, Dr. Hamza Agli. May I request the AV team to kindly play the intro for Dr. Hamza.
Dr. Hamza Agli is a global expert in artificial intelligence and data science, who is currently serving as the head of AI at KPMG in Qatar Advisory. Over the last decade, his career spans roles in R&D, AI, business automation, and digital transformation consulting across various industries around the world. Previously, he served as data science and AI elite and senior customer success manager and architect for IBM, operationalizing digital transformation programs while ensuring customers' goals are met. Dr. Agli holds a PhD from Sorbonne University in AI, MSc from Paris Dauphine University in Decision Aiding and Operations Research and Engineering from Toulouse Institute of Technology in Computer Science and Applied Math.
Thank you for this honorifying introduction. Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. Qatar, as you know, Mike. So Qatar is on a mission to become a global digital and innovation leader, a leader that enables knowledge-based economy and a sustainable advanced society. This is fueled by entrepreneurship and a strategic investment in technology and startups. But this isn't just about technology. It's about transforming people's life and creating unparalleled opportunities where startups and investors can flourish. And as His Excellency, Mr. Al-Khulaifi mentioned previously on the stage, that Qatar has this vision to operationalize such an ambitious journey. To discuss this topic today, we must understand first key players behind a successful startup ecosystem. Just like a three-legged stool depends on all its legs to stand, a strong startup ecosystem actually depends on a strong partnership between three key pillars: the founders, the investors, and the regulator. And that's exactly why I'm so excited today to introduce our esteemed panelists representing these three key and critical pillars. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me welcoming into the stage His Excellency Sheikh Mansour Al-Thani. Can you launch the AV, please?
A member of the Qatari ruling family, His Excellency Sheikh Mansour bin Khalifa Al Thani is a visionary leader and entrepreneur with over 25 years of experience in strategic development, innovation, and venture capital. A trusted mentor and advisor with a deep understanding of evolving technologies and business models, Sheikh Mansour believes in innovating innovation and building a global ecosystem to help entrepreneurs accelerate growth and access to global markets. As the founder and chairman of MBK Holding, Sheikh Mansour is leading a multinational team of entrepreneurial leaders with distinctive experiences and professions. MBK Holding is a platform where Sheikh Mansour invests, manages, and incubates market-leading technology companies and experiments with revolutionary pioneering business models which could elevate the global corporate world through a completely new way of implementing business models. Sheikh Mansour envisions realizing his dream through startups he founded and direct investments, with MBK supporting management in sectors like IT, aviation, renewable energy, and medical equipment across the Gulf, UK, Europe, Singapore, Latin America, Canada, Australia, and the USA.
Thank you. Our second esteemed speaker is Mr. Muhammad Al-Dalimi. Please join me welcoming him into the stage.
Mohammed Al-Dalimi, founder and managing director of SkipCash and co-founder of PayLater, embodies modern entrepreneurship. With degrees in engineering, business, and innovation leadership, he seamlessly merges technical expertise with strategic insight. With over 15 years of experience spanning satellite projects, Silicon Valley, and executive roles, Mohammed drives innovation at SkipCash and PayLater, while also shaping strategies at ES Hailsat. His visionary leadership continues to inspire in the ever-evolving realms of business and technology.
And the last but not least, I'm honored to introduce Ms. Layla Al-Juferi. Please, on the stage.
Layla Al-Jafari was appointed Vice President of Business Development at the Qatar Financial Center, QFC, in February 2020. She first joined the QFC in 2016 as the head of High Net Worth Individuals and Companies Limited by Guarantees, and then served as a Business Development Manager for more than 2 years, where she developed strategies to identify potential clients, new sectors and markets, as well as enhance operations, sales, and processes. Prior to joining the QFC, Layla was a financial analyst at Qatar Central Bank, where she led the strategy implementation at QCB and was responsible for analyzing real estate investment opportunities in London and Europe. She also held the role of Investor Services Officer at Qatar National Bank. Layla graduated from Qatar University in 2010 with a bachelor's degree in international affairs and also holds a Master's of Science in Accounting and Business Management from Brunel University in the UK.
Thank you. So, before we continue, I'd like to take a moment of solidarity and express our deep sorrow for the human losses that are in the region. So, in the name of humanity and regardless of our backgrounds, I invite us all to observe a moment of silence. Thank you so much. Our thoughts are with the suffering people in the region. Thank you so much for joining us on this panel discussion around startup and the innovation ecosystem here in Qatar. And I would like to start with Sheikh Mansour. You are a visionary leader, and when I was preparing for the panel, I came to know that you have a unique perspective on investment and innovation. Okay, so if you can, I would like to pick up your mind and share with us the mandate of MBK and how are you supporting investors and startup in Qatar.
Thank you very much. Thank you all for this opportunity. It was really a great and very inspiring event. All the speakers and the whole motivation is being unique. The chartered accountant is our backbone in business. So thank you all for this opportunity. I think there is something also mentioned today about the balance of business profit and helping our planet Earth or saving ourselves from ourselves. So the philosophy of MBK was from the beginning focusing on people, focusing on human. And very recently, I see the future economy is reshaping itself. And I believe the future economy will be a quality talent-based economy. It's a people-centric economy. It's not only a knowledge economy, it can be version 2 of knowledge economy. Knowledge is abundant, and today with AI, we can foster knowledge. I mean, crazy. It's unbelievable what's happening. So how will this shape the future economy? I think it's the quality of people from the heart, not from the brain. The people who really think with an intention of good for good is what we are investing in. We are investing in the great people and the people who really care about each other and care about the planet Earth. And I always say we have to innovate innovation with great talent for a better sustainable future, because it's all about sustainable future for our grandchildren. So our philosophy is a little bit very focused on people and very centric into people, but also it goes into a lot of support to the great people. So I had a question a few weeks ago about when I should stop investing in a business that sometimes is not really working well. I said, I really don't care about that because I care about people. As long as he is the right person, I will continue investing on him because I'm not investing in the business. The business will reinvent itself, but the person is what I invest in.
Yeah. I like this idea about putting people in the center, a human in the loop, and when it comes to business, actually, it is about the human in these equations.
But it does make a great business, by the way. It's not something that does not make a great business. It does make a great business, but the way you think about it should be more of people.
Yes, yes. So, and what makes Qatar actually the right destination for doing business for investors, in your opinion?
A question for me?
Yeah, yeah.
Why Qatar is?
The right destination.
I think this is obvious. It's because of us.
Thank you for this is inspiring indeed, and that's a great overview of what Qatar brings in terms of opportunities and philosophy about. Qatar has always a different strategy in terms of doing business. So I'd like to have a conversation with Mr. Muhammad, and when it comes to startup, I always say that Muhammad is a killer. And I would like to congratulate you for the great milestones that recently achieved, for example, the licensing from QCB. So can you please tell us a little bit about your journey and what makes Qatar a right destination this time for founders?
Well, hello everyone. Thank you for the invite. I just like to add on Sheikh Mansour's last point, building the investment ecosystem here in Qatar was really helpful because it's really rely on the founders and the people behind it. So why I started with this? Because Mohammed Lamy wasn't going to be here because of the people that I consult, advised, and took them as mentors. We started the company in 2019, but it was maybe several years before that I was, going back and forth with those founders who are already in the market and dealing with such kind of challenges that they want to solve those challenges in Qatar. So it's been, when it comes to the ecosystem, it's been a very challenging journey for us when it comes to the Skip Cash point of view. Skip Cash, it took us almost 2 years to get a license from the regulator. But right now, we saw a new management team that came into the central bank with a new strategy that has been released very recently. They have a very clear scope right now to really push digital innovation, technology into the banking and money sectors here in Qatar. So although it took us 2 years in the past for Skip Cash, and it took us 6 months to get the license for Pay Later with this new management team. So the new management team are really eager to help this new innovation in Qatar. They are also putting the foundation not only to create these startups, but also to do a collaboration effort where those startups work together with existing banking infrastructure. So it really helped us to kick off those two startups here in Qatar. I believe the building the foundation for the ecosystem actually started in 2010, where Qatar won for the organizing the World Cup in 2022. Yeah. And in the past 10 years, not only when it comes to the infrastructure, roads, metro, it's actually the laws and regulation that put in place to facilitate a good framework, a good, let's say, elements of the ecosystem when it comes to the economy, when it comes to the financial sectors, when it comes to the allocating the resources to help entrepreneurs in Qatar, and also bringing skillful teams from outside Qatar to build these kind of innovation ideas here, let's say, locally driven. So I believe this is not a new thing. It actually started a way back, and I believe will continue forward.
Thank you, thank you. This is such an inspiring journey, and a good transition actually to the following question when you emphasized the importance of the ecosystem. And we have today with us Mrs. Leila, who represents QFC here. And the people who knows Leila knows that how much she is actually investing through QFC to shape the business landscape in Qatar. So a question to you, Ms. Leila. Thank you for being with us again. So how does QFC actually support businesses, startup looking to establish here in Qatar, and what are some of the key initiatives in terms of regulations and facilities?
First of all, thank you for having me. I'm glad and it's an honor to be among the panelists today, Dr. Hamza, Sheikh Mansour, and Mr. Mohammed. So basically, the Qatar Financial Center actually is one of the leading business and financial centers where we offer or we provide the legal presence for international companies who would like to conduct their business in Qatar and to expand beyond, by offering them 100% foreign ownership, which means that they can have a full control on their business. We are based on English common law rather than the Qatari law, and unlike other financial centers, QFC is actually an onshore platform. We're not a free zone or offshore, which means that companies can do business locally with government agencies, and they will not be limited to a certain geographical area. Now, the QFC also have an advantage of having this one-stop shop where everything is done in-house. We do have an office of Ministry of Interior, Immigration Office, Ministry of Labor. So everything basically is happening in-house, which is an advantage for not only the startups, but for any like international investors as well, and international companies, because they don't have to deal with different governmental agencies, and they will always have a team to support them through the incorporation process, like from A to Z, from filling in their application until receiving their computer card where they can, open a bank account, dealing with permit residency, so on and so forth.
So it's like a portal to the investment here.
Yeah,
Qatar.
and the process, to be honest, is a pretty simple, straightforward. For like an active LLC, let's say, you can have your company operated within 4 working days. If you are talking about a passive structure, you can have it within 24 to 48 hours. And the QFC, actually, we have what we call permitted activities. And this permitted activities is divided into 2 sectors. We have the regulated activities, and we have the non-regulated activities. The regulated activities, as you know, we're talking about insurance companies, banks, assets management, fintech, so on and so forth. And if we're talking about the non-regulated activities, we have 4 main products. We have the professional services. Under the professional services, we have more than 30 activities, such as advisory and consultancy, information technology services, law firms, We also provide corporate solutions, like, for example, a passive holding company, a special purpose companies, HQ's management office. And we also provide solutions for high net worth individuals, such as family offices, trust, foundation, investment club. Investment club is more of like an asset management / fund company, but in non-regulated way, because it is provided for a certain group of people. So answering the second part of your question, so we do have different initiatives to support startups and the entrepreneurs to access the Qatari market. Us as the QFC, we do have the Tech Circle Hub, where we provide free office spaces up from 6 months up to 1 year for companies to do their business and to build their network in Qatar. The second initiative is that we have the digital asset lab, where the company will be able to develop, test, and commercialize their digital asset solution. And we also have this, I'm not sure if you heard about Web Summit. Yeah. So we recently, like earlier this year, we hosted Web Summit Qatar, and we will be hosting this event for the upcoming 4 years. It was a very successful event for us, to be honest, starting from the attendees we had. So the target was to have around 6,000 attendees, but we had more than 15,000 back then. And we were able, like the QFC, we were able to license more than 400 companies because of the state-level initiative and the incentives that we provided, or the state provided back then, where we were able to provide tax exemption for 5 years, and the tax in Qatar is 10%, corporate tax, no other taxes, a free office spaces up to 6 months, licensing fee waiver for 5 years as well. Application fee was waived as well.
Very nice, very nice. Thank you for this insight. Yeah, thanks. So building on that, we know that investment in general are sometimes disrupted by technology, and today we are a lot of hype and hopes around emerging technologies such as Gen AI or AI. So I would like to spend a few minutes to discuss the impact of that on businesses. And to you, Sheikh Mansour, in your opinion, what emerging trends do you see in Qatar's investment and VC space, and what kind of guidance or advice would you give someone as investor to establish to establish investment here in Qatar?
Can you say again?
So what are the trends actually that you are seeing from an investor?
What kind of trends?
Trends, okay. Yeah. Of course, part of them there is AI, but maybe there is something else that are shaping actually the dynamic of the market in terms of where money comes, where it goes, and how venture capitalists are putting money.
Yeah, we have a very specific approach to trends. Actually, we try to not focus on. This is personally our own strategy. We try to focus on complementing or missing or gaps on the market, regardless of the trend. Again, focusing in people. So our very people-centric, but also we try to find the right people that are filling the gaps in the ecosystem. So for me, I don't care about the trend. I care about the opportunity and the right people. So you will not really get from me a scientific answer. You will get from me a very practical answer.
But
So,
does this mean that
so-
you're not interested on trends, or it just you seizing the
No,
opportunity?
honestly, I don't care because I care about people and
Mhm.
doing the right thing.
Okay.
I don't follow the trend. I may create a trend,
Mhm.
but I don't follow the trend.
Nice.
So that's why people really come to us and stay with us. We are really truly innovating next level. Like innovation is not about technology, it's not about concept, it's not about business model. It's about how we deal with people, how we create the ecosystem around people. And we don't hunt opportunity, we create opportunities. Honestly, for me, I would see the gap and try to get the right people in the gap. So that's my advice is look for what is missing and get the right people, or if you found the right people who are really filling the gap, I think this is where you should invest, regardless of the trend.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense actually. When there is the need, so try to fill that need. Thank you for this insight. I would like to go to Mr. Muhammad again and ask from a founder perspective, because there is in the spectrum always this sometimes dilemma between the founders and the investors, and finding the match is not always easy. So during your journey, what are some of, let's say, the challenges and opportunities that for startup here in Qatar? And the same questions, but from a founder perspective, what are, let's say, one advice that you can give to a founder who want to establish something here in Qatar?
Well, it's been a very challenging for us to raise funds as a Skip Cash. We hope that it shouldn't be the case for Pay Later, but in case of Skip Cash, we raised 2 rounds so far. Angel investment round worth of 7 million riyal was in 2020, and a bridge round worth of 1.4 million riyal before the World Cup.
Nice.
And in those two rounds, I guess what investors usually looking for is the opportunity to scale the business. And really, Skip Cash at that moment, due to the nature of the business in Qatar, that when it comes to fintech, there are a few competitors that have this kind of flexibility and customization. I guess here the message is usually depending on 3 factors, as you mentioned: the caliber of the founder. Is he, let's say, capable of adapting those new challenges? The idea or the company itself, is it a scalable business, or is it just limited to a certain level? And I guess the opportunity or the dynamics of the market. For us, we took in favor on our side that the market size is increasingly expanding before the World Cup. So those investors were really eager to get into technology that facilitate certain demand from the market. And what are the key challenges right now for us, and of course for every founder, that okay, the World Cup is done, so what's next for those startups, is actually to since founders, they need to, once they let's say prove the proof of concept or they find the market fit, is to scale, especially for technology, is to scale beyond Qatar. And right now here in Qatar, maybe myself and other fellows of founders, they look into GCC, especially when it comes to fintech, because if you can see Saudi Arabia, Emirates, Kuwait, the e-commerce segment is actually expanding in very rapid pace. We see numbers are doubling in every sector, not only in payments, but also in buy now, pay later, micro-lending, crowdfunding. So we see the technology is actually helping the quality of life of those consumers. And this is actually maybe part of the Sheikh Mansour answer, is that if the founder really use the technology to really solve a problem and let's say bring more let's say convenience for those consumers, then yes, whether it is AI, whether it's a blockchain, whether it's a, you know, maybe in the past we were talking about cryptocurrency and NFTs, because probably NFT didn't have this kind of application.
Yeah.
I guess it really rely on the founder how to put this technology into action and utilize it to deliver a nice use cases for the market. Probably I would maybe close into two examples. I seen it recently. Yesterday I saw one video. It was from a CCTV on the street for a Tesla car was running an autonomous drive, and for some reason one of the pedestrians slipped and fell on the road.
Wow.
And the car actually, it's a matter of a fraction of a second, the car decided to switch lane and avoid running over that pedestrian. So I guess when it comes to AI, if you utilize it for the right purpose, it will be, let's say, useful for more, let's say, for better human being or human life.
Exactly.
Yeah. Maybe another example, I saw it, I saw it 3 days ago. Maybe everyone saw the Starship coming back, the Starship
Yes.
engine from SpaceX. Actually, it was driven or controlled by, let's say, a supercomputer on board, which is totally controlled by this kind of algorithms that took control of this 100-ton of vehicle, bringing it very closely to the let's say, launching pad, and let's say, arrive safely, which create a new milestones for humanity.
Exactly.
How to utilize, let's say, technology and AI into these kind of, let's say, experiences.
Thank you, thank you. I always actually say that AI at the end of the day is a tool. It's like nuclear energy. You can use it to create a weapon and destroy lives, but also you can use it for electricity, to create electricity. So again, to Sheikh Mansour's point, it's about the human who is using that technology, I do believe. Thanks for those insights. So, and that's, you mentioned the ecosystem, and I can't emphasize how it is actually important to have a vibrant ecosystem that drives such an innovation. And maybe this is an open question to all my panelists here, is we have here the 3 key stakeholders for this equation. Do you feel like it is easy to communicate between different stakeholders here in Qatar? The channels are clear for anyone, or there is some, let's say, some gaps that needs to be filled in the coming years?
Shall I take this? I think we still need to improve a lot. We have a good stand, a good start, especially last 2 years. The acceleration has been great. We have still a lot to do. So I'm very optimistic that we are start to move faster. And I think it's more about the speed of change. It's not about the change anymore, because everybody is changing, and all the countries are moving into this innovative economy. It's about the speed. It used to be the big eat the small. I think it's now the fast eat the slow.
Yes.
So it's not about how big you are, it's how fast you are.
The disruption pace is really impressive.
So I think we need to move faster, and I see that we are started to move faster. Especially last 6 months, surprisingly, I see a lot of new things being introduced, and the speed is much better. I'm still looking for more acceleration.
Yes.
But I think hopefully by next year we will be in a shape that I think we are at the right speed. So I think we need to work a little bit more, and communication between us is okay because of the small community. We are a very tight community and small community together, but I think we should improve this and make it a professional, like having a platforms, a connected platforms is still missing. For example, if I want to go for fundraising, there is no single platform that can aggregate all kind of fundraising activities. This is a startup. If someone wants to do a startup,
Maybe I have a good news for you on that. We can discuss about it. Actually, we are currently having a similar engagement that actually serves that needs. Any other thoughts from?
Yeah, I think I'll about speeding. I think like I'll talk about the QFC. I don't think that we have an issue with the speed, as yeah. So.
You have the right to QFC is trying, but they are not at the speed they could be. So I'm very.
So are you talking about the regulated, the financial sector, or the
no,
professional?
actually, I see a lot of startups coming, and it takes time. It's if you compare it with the region, we are a bit slower, and you can go and check. In Riyadh, it took me 30 minutes to get the computer card. 30 minutes.
Computer card?
Yes.
Okay.
Which
and
takes you
Summit?
to take you 2 days if you have everything, which doesn't really happen also. So I'll give you statistics.
Yeah. There is always an areas of improvement,
Yeah.
and we'll take back those comments later.
Yeah, and just to add on the communication part, I think partnership plays a crucial role. Like, for example, for the QFC, having partnerships is, I think, is a key player to enhance this harmonization and to build this relationship. As we do have different initiatives, different partnerships, different MOUs with not only local organizations or associations, but even international ones. So yeah, because we don't have time, I cannot.
But let me tell you, you are much better. So
no, that's good.
I'm still optimistic, honestly. Like 2 years ago, it was, you are talking about months, unfortunately. Then it became weeks, now days. It's okay, great. But still, that's what I'm saying. We still need to move faster.
That's a positive note to close. Maybe Mr. Mohammed, do you want?
Yeah, just maybe to answer directly to your question, is local stakeholders are open to let's say, support or endorse those startups or founders. And I believe if the founder and his team or her team are genuinely looking to solve problems in Qatar, you will find those stakeholders in Qatar, or let's say business partners will collaborate and let's say open the doors. And I was happy to see Aster and Envin Solution are one of the sponsors of this event, and actually we are working together and let's say trying to solve the payments challenges in Qatar. So you can see, even though Skip Cash is a very, by the way, it's only 4-year startup, so we are very young, but those well-established organizations are happy to open the doors and work with us.
Thank you, and that's good to end up with the positive notes. And this leads me actually to close this conversation. And I would like to thank our esteemed panelists for sharing their insight. And just as a quick wrap up, so there is a huge opportunity here in Qatar to seize in terms of doing business and launching the startup. And I invite all of us to get on board for such an exciting opportunity. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. the panel for this insightful session, Sheikh Mansoor, Ms. Laila, and Mr. Muhammad. You've been sharing really insightful comments, and I'm sure we would like to hear more, but I think there is a paucity of time here. And I would also like to thank Mr. Hamza for conducting this session so gracefully and with a lot of aplomb. So I would now request CA Kamlesh to come on stage and hand over the mementos for the speakers. So, yeah, this is for Sheikh Mansoor Khalif Al Thani. Next is for Mr. Muhammad Al Dulaimi. Ms. Laila Al Jufairi. And last but not the least, for Dr. Hamza Agli. Thank you so much for the wonderful session, and I would now like to invite CA Arun to take over the proceedings further.
So almost we are at the end of the day one, and I'm sure we all are eagerly waiting for this as well. Now we have two agendas. One is 3 lucky draw winners, and the other one is why and when we all should be here tomorrow. So tomorrow we will have Mr. Ashish Fafadia, a chartered accountant, here talking on how investors like us can make a startup portfolio with a limited capital and get 20-30x return in future. That is one of the topic. And to top it up, we have CA Vivek Bajaj enlightening us with his takeaways from his startup journey. Apart from that, we have Ashneer Grover and Vivek Oberoi coming in. So this is how we have lined up tomorrow's speakers. I hope all will be here by 9 a.m. so that, and the 9 cutoff time for early bird is 9:15. I hope everyone will be here. Now moving ahead with our 3 lucky draws. May I call CA Kamlesh and CA Kishore onto the stage, please? Yeah, so can we have the first spin? Let's see who is the lucky winner. This is for 200 Real worth Lulu voucher. CA Sampath Balaji. Yeah, can we remove his name and move ahead? Yeah, can we have? Let's see who is the lucky one. so we, yeah, we can keep it here. We have one more Lulu gift voucher worth 200 riyals. Let's see who's that lucky winner. And whether he is available or present in the hall. C.A. Sudeep Sen Gupta. Sir, please. Yeah, so moving on to our final and the bumper prize for today. Huawei MatePad. Let's see who is the lucky winner. What does the spin wheel says? Let's see. C.A. Jyoti Surendra. Is she not here in the hall? C.A. Jyoti Surendran. Yeah, she is there. So that bumper prize was worth 1,300 riyals. Huawei MatePad. There is one announcement for tomorrow. We request all the members to please carry your badges, which is very essential for all the proceedings tomorrow. And also please, those who are availing the CPE credits, please don't forget to sign on the attendance as well. Thank you. We'll now disperse for the dinner. A very grand dinner is ready for everyone.